Good morning. I think we'll wait for a few minutes to let some folks join in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How did the wedding go, Gwen?
It was a rehearsal, but it went really
Oh.
well. The wedding is tomorrow.
Okay. Are you going to have rain up there?
That depends on the hour that we check the forecast. Originally, we were supposed to get 25, 35 millimeters, and it is supposed to be an outdoor wedding, but it's changed, and it's changed for the better. So I think we're just all crossing our fingers. But
Yeah.
the rehearsal in our yard went really well. We went to I'm not sure if folks are familiar with it. There is a really lovely restaurant on Kitsilano Beach called the Boathouse, which overlooks the beach and the city and the mountains. And so the rehearsal dinner was there, and lots of people from out of town, so they really appreciated it.
Fun.
Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful day today down here.
Yeah, it is here as well.
Looks sunny for you, Pete.
Yep, sunny, water's calm.
I hear there's whales close to shore up there.
Yeah,
Sounds terrible.
Great day to be in the office.
Oh boy. Are you guys gonna get out for some lingcod fishing this weekend, or?
No. I'm actually driving to Alberta, Canada tomorrow.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Alberta, that's fun.
Yeah, my dad's
What takes you to Alberta?
My dad's
Oh.
90th, so yeah.
Well, that's a milestone.
Yeah.
Where in
Hey,
Alberta?
Alan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a small typo thing. Are you aware that on the text on the document 7 on page 13, the reference of figure 4 and figure 3 should probably be figure 7 and figure 6?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I don't know what happened with that.
Okay, you've already got it. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, thanks. I
bet.
used the automatic referencing in Word, and something happened.
Yeah, I figure something probably got switched back from something prior, whatever. Anyway, that's fine.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, though. Looks like we're getting pretty close here.
I was just noticing that as well. I think we've got a quorum to at least kick it off. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, I think that would be great. I will share my screen if that's all right.
Sounds good. Yeah, good morning, everybody. So we'll start today by discussing our report writing session from yesterday afternoon. Then Alan has some more of the presentation to finish up, and then we will get into drafting and finalizing the report. So I guess something to mention here is as we go through this, if you have comments, edits, all of that, perhaps we hold on to those until we have the drafting session so we can move things along this morning and make sure that we kind of get back on schedule. So Alan, do we start off around like paragraph 28, 29 yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, so I sent out a draft last night to everybody that I believe was in attendance. If anybody did not get that draft, just please let me know. I want to make sure I have everybody's email correct. So yeah, we started about
Around there.
29. And one thing I noticed when I was just cleaning it up last night was paragraph 28 is repeated down below. So I think we can delete paragraph 28. I won't right now in this draft, but when we talk about this at the next drafting session, we can probably just delete this paragraph. There's a more in-depth paragraph below.
Great. Yeah, that sounds good. And yeah, something to note is that we highlighted three points for discussion today for the MSAB to agree upon and how we're going to write this in the report and what we're requesting from Alan. So yeah, so starting on paragraph 29, there's a note there about the different management procedures. I'm not going to read this word for word, and then we kind of got into the PDO analysis starting in paragraph 30 that Alan has been doing, appreciating the work that they're doing and noting some of the results. And then in 32, kind of more defining the unfished versus fished scenarios. And then wrapping that up in paragraph 33 with a request that some materials be developed to further synthesize these results to send out. And some of the MSAB members mentioned that, if this could be an email form, then they can just send it out to some of their constituents, and that would be really helpful. Okay, moving on to paragraph 34. And this started getting into the program of work section of the agenda, noting the paper, then noting that the harvest strategy policy is an important part of this, particularly for the fishery certification. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to note another thing that I did last night. So you can see this text is tracked changes. I made sure that anything I changed last night after our drafting session was in track changes, so people could see if I modified something or cleared something up in my mind, just to make sure that it's good for them.
Great, thanks, Alan. That'll be helpful. Okay, then paragraph 36. This is essentially just noting the bullet points that Alan included in the presentation, but then adding that last bullet point where an empirical rule could also include age observations from either the survey or the fisheries. Paragraph 37, noting that, sorry, you're moving around.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's like trying to shoot an animal when it's running or something. So, yeah. Right. So this has to do with the changing survey design with the FIS and the increases that are potential there for some of the uncertainty. And then, perhaps having an empirical rule that also considers some of the age observations from the fishery could be helpful and something to pursue.
And I think this is the paragraph that is repeated, or is sort of a repeat from that one, 29 above or 28.
Right. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Okay. And then,
This is Peggy. Sorry, Pete.
yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
I'm trying to follow this on the color-coded draft that Alan sent us last night, and my screen just went blank, and I'm having a little bit of trouble. So the one that's on your screen, on our all of our screens through Adobe, doesn't have the green markings for further discussion. Is that correct?
It should, yeah.
It should. The
It should be
word.
the exact one I sent out last night.
Yeah, the one that you sent out last night is very colorful. I got actually 4, not 3 green areas because paragraph 23 was also marked green, and I don't think we've changed that yet. And that's about empirical rule based on FIS. WPUE would be affected by a change in survey design. So I'm not sure if we need to change that. It looks clear to me, but the one that I'm seeing on my Adobe screen has just red and black and not as much red as the version I got last night.
Could you perhaps, Peggy, check? So are you seeing paragraph 39 there with the red average multiple years?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then in your Word document version, if you look at paragraph 39, do you also see that averaging multiple years in color?
Paragraph 39 in the document I got last night is in green.
Okay. Yeah, I think that has to do with sometimes Word changes the colors.
Software, got it. Okay.
Right.
It should be exactly the same, but sometimes like these colors will be different in your version you're looking at.
So in the version I got last night, paragraph 38, 39, 40, and 41 are all red.
I don't see that in mine. That I'm looking at my email.
Okay.
And I also have mine up from last night that is matching what Alan's showing right here.
I'm on a Mac. I bet you guys are on a PC.
Yes.
All right. Thanks a lot.
No
Never mind.
problem. I think if the words are different in your version, perhaps we.
No, so
but
far.
Good.
Good.
Okay. Great. Cool.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep moving on here. Where were we? So 38. Okay, so noting that holding a constant may be desirable for some sectors. There was a little bit of discussion there, but we kind of wordsmithed that paragraph to end up where it's at. And then 39, noting that using some sort of a smoother in the empirical rule could further reduce the variability as compared to just using the FIS in a single year itself. And then paragraph 40 is more having to do with just providing Alan some concepts around how to evaluate the different assessment schedules, using an empirical rule in the off years, reducing the changes in TCEY to be 10 or 15% or slow up, fast down sort of approach. And then also evaluating this across a range of SPR values would be useful to look at. So then we hit our first paragraph there, 41, where it's up for today for further discussion. Could you scroll down just a little bit there, Alan? Thank you. Okay, so basically this one's going to be, we're going to talk about the different sources of data to be used in developing an empirical rule. I think some of that also had to do with whether we define some specific empirical rules to look at, or we just kind of leave it general in terms of just here's the data to use, and then Alan can come back with some different rules that he's come up with. So we'll circle back around to that. And then paragraph 42, this is also, I believe this is a repeat of something that was in the presentation with those bullets, just noting the different distribution procedures that could be used. Paragraph 43, this was a note that was brought up yesterday during discussion that using the FIS for distribution could also be a distribution procedure to be compared with. Michelle, I see your hand is up. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, Pete, are you going to circle back to only the ones that are highlighted in green, or are you going to circle back to everything that's also in red, like number 43, or should I make my suggestion when you're here on 43?
So we'll be going back through the entire report later on. So I would suggest perhaps we get through this just summary of what we talked about yesterday, and then we can discuss these further. Does that sound about right, Alan?
Yeah, I think that would be useful. And just to note, the modification to 43 was I just changed the order of the clauses to make more sense. But yeah, no, I think now is a good time to review it, and we'll get through, and then we'll have more discussion on all of these later this morning, I guess.
Yeah, so please, if you do have comments, jot them down, take some notes, and then we'll come back to it. So then there in paragraph 44, this was the second highlighted section for further discussion. And this is about performance metrics and which ones might be useful to develop for evaluation of the multi-year assessment frequencies. 45, noting some of the ones that were presented that Alan showed us yesterday. Then 46, that they have some duration of stability, and that is useful to evaluate the interannual variability. 47, noting that this had to do with that conversation of just what time period and how do you actually compare between the different assessment of frequencies to make them as comparable as possible, is perhaps extending that out to a 15-year period where you have more of those full assessment results for the triennial to be able to compare with. And then, okay, so then 48, if we could start scrolling down there, noting that we're above 36, but we're at the lowest value for the FIS in a few decades. So this started to go into this additional objective that Alan had been talking about. And then we note that a healthy stock has several attributes to it that may include some sort of metric of spawning biomass or absolute biomass, age structure, and then weighted age. And then this brings us to the last highlighted paragraph for further discussion today is this paragraph as it is a repeat from last year's, talking about the decision that was made at the 99th annual meeting that kind of started that divergence between the reference assessment and what has been adopted. So that brings us to the end of the report review. There wasn't anything else, right, Alan?
Nope, that was it. And then at the end of the day, I mean, I would ask people to just look through the participant list. If you notice somebody's missing, jot that down, or your name or your email is incorrect, and then we'll handle that during the report adoption. But we've been trying to fill that in as we go as well.
Okay. So Alan, would you like to kind of dive right back into that presentation to try to wrap that up, and then we'll circle back around to, I see, other business, and then get to the drafting session again?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Let's just wrap up the presentation because there's a summary at the end of all these recommendations that the Secretariat thought might be useful. And then that might help bring people's mind back to the entire report. And then we can start going up to the co-chairs if they want to, right after the presentation, revisit those sections that we need more discussion on, and then do other business, which I think other business is really only next meeting dates and things like that. So it shouldn't be too much on that section. So whatever you prefer, but I think finishing the presentation would probably be useful.
Yeah, I like your kind of suggestion there of maybe getting back into those discussion points on the report. I think that the end of your presentation may prime the pump to dive into that.
Yeah, and there isn't much more to present. If the Secretariat can bring presentation 07, please. Perfect. So I'm going to move on from this slide, noting that during the drafting session, many MSAB members felt we hadn't finished this discussion of this new objective, a potential new objective. So we'll definitely come back to these slides. But what I wanted to finish up with is exceptional circumstances. And I mentioned yesterday morning that we have been discussing exceptional circumstances for a number of years in the MSAB and with the SRB and actually with the commission as well. And I think, you know, what the Secretary is looking for from the MSAB is just to put a bow on this and say, is this the good set that, you know, we've worked with the SRB and the MSAB in the past to come up with this set of exceptional circumstances and actions, which I'll show on the next slide. And so is this the right set for the MSAB to recommend that the commission adopt and put in the Harvest Strategy Policy document? So exceptional circumstances, again, are these really extreme events, observations that suggest the MSE simulations might not be accurate or might not be tracking the population appropriately. So a couple of things we've decided in the past is exceptional circumstances should be based on observations, not modeled output, shouldn't be based on things like what the stock assessment predicts, but actually observations such as FIS WPUE or NPUE, or, you know, you could look at catch rates or something like that. But working with the SRB, we felt, one, using the coast-wide all sizes FIS WNP or NPUE and seeing if the results from the space-time model fall outside of what's simulated in the MSE simulations. And by falling outside of what's simulated, that's falling out the 2.5 percentile and the 97.5 percentile, which means there's really a 5% chance that that observation is outside of what we've simulated if the observation was real. So it's just if it's outside, it has a small chance of being outside, we want to take note and say, we got to look at this further. The other part of this is 2 or more consecutive years. And the SRB felt like we just really want this to be a persistent event so that it's just not a one-off and we're reacting a little bit too fast. The second one is to look at the estimated stock distribution from the FIS and then also compare that to what's coming out of the MSE in a very similar manner and see if that has been outside of those confidence intervals for 2 or more years. And then the final one is just looking at the understanding of the stock, understanding the biology of Pacific halibut or changes in parameters or changes in a paradigm of the thinking about this stock. And so we just want to make sure if there's a new concept coming in, and that concept can be compared to the MSE simulations, that we do that comparison, or if the MSE did not account for that new understanding, that maybe that could be an exceptional circumstance as well. So that last one's a little bit vague, but I think it's useful to have in there just as a point of, hey, look, things have really changed. and we have a new understanding of the stock. So let's make sure that our MSE evaluations are correct and robust to this new understanding. So those are the three exceptional circumstances. And here's an example. I actually provided this similar plot to Dr. Cox at the annual meeting, and he presented it during the SRB presentation as an example of what how to determine an exceptional circumstance. So here is actual data, and what we have is these boxes, or these gray and blue rectangles are the 2.5 percentile and the 97.5 percentile. So you think of that as the range that is simulated from the MSE simulations for the coastwide FIS NPUE. So this is what the MSE predicts the coastwide NPUE would be, and these years in light gray are all years that were used in the conditioning of the model. So we had those data, so we tried to fit that and make the model fit those as best as possible. And so you can see the actual observation, the space-time model outputs in yellow. And those are within those boxes because we actually fit to those data. So that's totally expected. Every once in a while, you might get one of these dots near the edge, and that's, you know, just the uncertainty of these data in the model. What we're really interested in is this last point here, and then in 2024, I'll be able to add another blue box on. But this is taking that 2023 observation, and now this is actually a projection from the MSE simulations. So we just want to make sure what we're projecting matches the data that we actually observed. And this is occurring because we conditioned the model early in 2023 before we collected these data. We did all these simulations, and then we collected the data, and then we're sort of just doing that comparison after the fact. And so what you can see here, the yellow dots within the blue, it's within the range we expect for simulations. The white line is the median from the MSE simulations. And so we're all good. We wouldn't declare any sort of exceptional circumstance. And that's basically how it works. It's just comparing the MSE simulations to observed data and making sure that they're not departing from each other. So that's looking at A, and we're working on putting together the stock distribution, and we'll likely present that to the SRB. So that's an example how it works. And what Dr. Cox showed is he showed a point like down here where this blue arrow is. And if we had an observation from the space-time model that was way outside, then we would think about it, is this an exceptional circumstance? But that hasn't occurred yet. So what would happen if we did declare an exceptional circumstance? So if we did, the first thing is to review the MSE simulations and determine what really needs to be done. Should we have a look at the operating model? What management procedures should be reevaluated? In other words, like, what is going wrong and what should we do about that? If we are in a paradigm of a biennial or triennial stock assessment, and that stock assessment is not going to occur in that year that exceptional circumstance was declared, we may, or the SRB or the MSAB may suggest conducting a stock assessment as soon as possible, along with reexamination of the MSE. We consult with the SRB, of course, and come up with what to do. And then after any sort of simulations are done, we would consult with the SRB and the MSAB to identify whether a new management procedure or reference level is appropriate. So really the idea here, and these aren't, really prescribed, but the idea here is if an exceptional circumstance occurs, it's the process, allowing the process to reopen for the evaluation, and making sure that the harvest strategy policy in place isn't being modified for just random reasons, that there's reasons to be really changing what the harvest strategy policy is. So those are the exceptional circumstances and the actions to take place if an exceptional circumstance was to occur. And I just wanted to finish up this presentation with some additional management procedures or elements of management procedures that could be evaluated that we have not talked about in this presentation yet. And that is the trigger and the control rule. We have talked about that a little bit, and I think there's not much interest in examining the control rule at this point in time by the MSAB. We've talked about an objective related to absolute spawning biomass. And if that, even if an objective is not proposed, but there is concern that at low spawning biomass, the commission is doing these short-term tactical decision makings. Well, maybe we can implement that process into a management procedure where when the spawning biomass gets low, fishing intensity is reduced or something like that. So we could incorporate that into the management procedure as well to sort of mimic what's been happening in the last couple of years. We talked a little bit about distribution of the TCY for reference, and I think we have some consensus there that we're not the MSAB is not tasked with examining distribution at this time, so possibly not be examining those elements related to distribution, but noting that the MSC simulations still do need to simulate distribution of the TCY. And then this last point, changes to survey design, is something the SRB has requested us to look at, and we are currently looking at, and we're looking at different uncertainty and biases in the FIS data and how that affects management outcomes. And so we've been developing some scenarios with the SRB input. So that's some options to potentially think about. But I think we have a pretty good set of elements of management procedures that the MSAB is interested in examining in this next year. So I have this last slide for any additional considerations, and it's blank because this is really where the MSAB steps in. And this is the last slide before I'll just walk through a few of the recommendations that the Secretariat feels the MSAB may want to consider. And I'll pause here and see if there's any comments on exceptional circumstances, additional MPs, or any even additional considerations that have not come up in this presentation.
Thanks, Alan. So we've seen a couple of hands go up. Let's go to Jim, then we'll go to Peggy, and then Chris. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Just on the exceptional circumstances, I think we might have talked about this before, but it'd be useful to have a little figure like the figure you had with that box plot thing there. But what like Alan showed, kind of what the just like the yellow dot being well below. That's kind of the example. I just sort of give someone a visual kind of cue what the actual text kind of means, just for this clarifying understanding. I think that might be useful. At least it would help me. I don't know how the third one would look. And then, so this was talked a bit about yesterday, not necessarily said in any of the same way, but I know we're starting to discuss it in herring because we have these times and periods where productivity regimes are quite a bit, and abundance is kind of low and persists, and then there's times when it's not, when it's higher. And you kind of started going down the road that could the harvest policy, or maybe it's a management procedure, that when we're in these circumstances like we're in now of low abundance, low productivity, we change the actual threshold, goes from 36 say to 40 or something like that. So, and then when things are higher productivity where you can fish harder on the stock and not have to worry so much, you sort of revert back to kind of the one we have now. I don't know if I'm saying that as well as I should, but that's kind of conceptually what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jim. And I was trying to say, I think, a similar thing in a different way, and using the specific example of the biomass. But I think the great thing about this MSC process is we can design a management procedure around anything, and we have some indicator of productivity, whether that's, the PDO or the level of biomass, or when catch rates get low, we can modify the fishing intensity or modify how the fishery operates. So we can definitely, I think, given what some of the MSAB members have been saying this week, where these are short-term tactical decisions being made by the commission, and they're not decisions that should be considered in the long term, like this sort of decision making wouldn't necessarily be in the long term. Maybe there is something to that, where the actual procedure, the empirical procedure that the commission has been operating under the last few years, is taking into account the level of spawning biomass or catch rates or something like that, and backing off fishing intensity to rebuild it to some level.
Oh, sorry, I got. Yeah, no.
Maybe there-
Like I said, it's conceptual how it gets done. I think that's kind of where the secretary, you guys kind of go in, but that's just the concept. But yeah. Anyways, I'll stop there.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. All right, Peggy, you're up, and then we'll go to Chris. Go ahead, Peggy.
So every time I mute my microphone, I don't hear the foghorn, but there is no music or foghorn coming from I'm in the most quiet little place except for the rooster, I can imagine. So I hope it's not so difficult for you to hear me. Exceptional circumstances. I would ask if we should add ocean conditions like ocean acidification, perhaps, or at least hypoxic areas. If they change, we know we have some already off the coast of Oregon. And then benthic temperatures. I wondered about the cooling of just above the ocean floor that would impact halibut in any of its life stages. And knowing, again, bringing up the aspect of the snow crab, scientists who are studying that are saying now that it is a result of a starvation event that was the result of food available from overheating of the Bering Sea in 2017 and 18. I think we're still conducting benthic temperature studies, so I'm wondering if we should just note to rely on that when we see changes, we at least report it and know that know more about the elements of the environment during times where we could mean perhaps a little growth in a year class, or not. I mean, everything is, as you guys know, less time. I think that I had.
Yeah, thanks, Peggy. We do want to make sure that we're not confusing exceptional circumstances with taking management action. And what I think what you're saying is really good, considering these ocean conditions or hypoxic areas. But an exceptional circumstance is something that is a reaction to something that has happened. And so it's, a biological observation could be, if this was for snow crab, it could be, well, we don't have any more snow crab in the Bering Sea. I think our MSE simulations weren't predicting that. Therefore, we should probably open up this process again and develop a harvest strategy that accounts for those potential environmental influences if we have not been accounting for those already. So yeah, I totally agree. I think that what you're saying would fall under this C, those exceptional observations, those unique events that occur. The warming affected the population in some way. We'll come out with that to actually bring those types of concepts into the management where we see a high temperature and we want to back off of fishing intensity. That's something we can bring into a management procedure quite easily. We can test that. The problem is we haven't we don't have any real linkages between
Exactly.
those types of things. With how do we simulate that? We can do that with scenarios and other things. We can put in something, but you know, if we start learning like, oh wow, Pacific halibut are moving out of the Bering Sea because of temperatures or something, you know, something hypothetical like that, then we can begin to put that into the MSC simulations. And when we observe that new research, that could be a trigger to like, we need to redo the MSC simulations. So
Yeah, I agree. If we can put it into C, or if it's already understood, then I'm fine with that. That's great.
Thanks, Peggy.
All right, thanks, Peggy. We'll go to Chris, then Michelle, then Carla. But before I hand it over to you, Chris, I noticed while Peggy was speaking, I think we were getting some feedback from the Secretariat's mic. So I don't know if it's easy from your end, Alan, or if Tara has a control of this. Because when other folks are speaking, if we do see that feedback, we could just mute the Secretariat's mic.
Sure will. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Alan, Alan, you already kind of touched a little bit on what I wanted to talk about, but just on slide 32, the point about additional MPs to evaluate, that the second one, an element related to maintaining the absolute spawning biomass above a threshold, that to me is quite interesting. We seem to be trying to tie ourselves in knots to get an objective that addresses that, when the objective is over the long term. So, and I'm talking about objective B, the one about B36, which I still think needs to be modified. But I think, is this a way, and it sounds like it is, that we can have a long-term objective, but use develop a management procedure that accounts for short-term decision-making? Do you have any sort of an example of that, or is there something we can talk about later in the meeting? I just think, to me, that is the way that seems to be the way to, we can have our long-term conservation objective and what our target is for the biomass, but what you're saying here is building into a management procedure something that addresses or takes into account or helps guide short-term decision-making. Thanks.
Yes, thanks, Chris. I'm glad to hear you say those things. I think one example, and I haven't thought extensively about this. I mean, Sean Cox has talked to me in the past about, well, just model or just look at what the commission decisions have been and just develop a control rule based on what their decisions have been. So actually try to figure out exactly what the control rule would look like. So one thing we could do, we already have this control rule on relative spawning biomass, and we talked about the difference between relative spawning biomass and absolute spawning biomass yesterday. We have this stock status is 42%. It's all rosy. Therefore, we're fishing at our reference level of 43%. However, absolute spawning biomass is low, catch rates are low, and the commission has been backing off that fishing intensity. Well, the purpose of a control rule, and just keep it as a linear control rule like the 30-20, we could bring in another control rule into this process that says, let's back off the fishing intensity if the catch rates are below, I don't even know what the right number is, but or the spawning, the predicted spawning biomass is below 500 million pounds, we start ramping back off of fishing intensity until it gets above that level. And so it could be as simple as just putting in another control rule, which adds a complexity. Now you got two control rules. How do they interact? Those are things we'd want to look at in the MSC simulations, which I think would be quite fun. But by doing that, by developing a control rule, you're de facto identifying a threshold, whether that's spawning biomass 500 million pounds or whatever it is. You're defining a threshold where you begin to back off fishing intensity. And by defining that threshold, you're sort of defining the objective in a way. So it's an interesting way to think about it. And maybe it's a helpful way to think about it. It's like, okay, when would someone in the MSAB, if they were a decision maker, when would you want to back off fishing intensity? At what catch rate? At what spawning biomass, absolute spawning biomass, things like that.
Okay, so just your point about, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around it. So I think that I get the point about you'd almost have two harvest controls. It would be when this is in it, when this happens, we use this harvest control. When this is happening, we use that harvest control rule. Which you made the point de facto leads you to some kind of, is it an objective about a spawning biomass, or is it an objective? Like, I guess I'm trying to figure out how that would tie to a long-term objective about, you know, over the long term, we want the biomass to be, this is the target. And I just think this might be this idea of having almost two harvest control rules where you like one or the other, depending on the circumstances, is kind of really interesting. And I think we need, it seems like that might be the way to address the long-term, short-term sort of conundrum we seem to be in about making decisions. But
yeah, I agree. It could be, and yeah, it's something I need to do a little bit more thought about. There's a recent paper that talks a little bit about this by Bessel Brown. I can supply that to the MSAB if they would like to see it. But it examines dynamic reference points and absolute reference points in relation to these control rules. And but I think when you're talking about a threshold, so I think a control rule is identifying thresholds. It's not, a control rule isn't used to identify targets. And the reason I said a de facto threshold is you would define a point where this control rule starts to kick in, say. And what that means is you're defining a threshold. You want to be above that value. And when you're not above that value, you want to back off fishing intensity. And there might be some sort of target that's implied in that, being above that value, you know, by some percentage or whatever. Maybe you can get that out. So I don't think we'd need to define an objective to introduce this type of element, but it would certainly go down the road of identifying different elements of what that objective is.
okay, so I guess then I know we're in the final throes of this meeting, but how do we move forward with looking at that? I know you just said you have to think about it a little bit more and stuff, but to me, this is the a way to, I think, address what we're stumbling over.
Yeah, no, I agree, Chris, and I really appreciate you trying to find a way out of this hole that I probably dug and put everybody in. But you know, maybe an MSAB recommendation or request or note, even along the lines of, you know, noting the short-term decisions that have been made by the commission at low spawning biomass or low catch rates, and may indicate that when biomass is low, that the de facto harvest strategy is to back off fishing intensity. And that gets into, and then make a request, the Secretariat look into ways to include those types, to include the decision, to include an element related to the decision-making process that has occurred in the last few years, something like that.
Okay, one thing I'd add, I just throw this out for consideration. We have in the past had, I forget what we called ourselves, but we had a small subcommittee got together to work through a couple of things sort of similar to this. And I just wonder if that would be something the MSAB would be interested in, is that a small subcommittee work with the Secretariat to develop this. It's not a decision-making body. It's something that would obviously have to come back to MSAB, but just to kind of work through this a little bit further. We have done it in the past. I thought it was actually effective, but I just throw that out there for maybe something to consider.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility, and I'm willing to host that whenever a subcommittee would be available.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Let's go to Michelle, then we'll have Carla, then we'll have Linda. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the discussion that just happened. I was also keying in on the absolute spawning biomass, and we'll get back to that when we circle back around to the report, but thought that that might be a good addition to the FIS WPUE and the commercial WPUE. So it doesn't necessarily have to be absolute spawning biomass in isolation, but maybe it's a combination of factors that align with the situation that we saw in 2023 to 2024. So just kind of thinking about having a management procedure that basically captures status quo, right? That we can compare the results to. My my question is actually back on the previous slide, which Peggy started getting into also about kind of what's missing in terms of what's being defined as exceptional circumstances. And I was keying in on that there doesn't seem to be anything that is fishery related. So this is all fishery independent data, and was wondering if it made sense to also include commercial WPUE or fishery WPUE, or just catch. So, what if catch were to come in a lot higher or lower than what we had anticipated? And then I'll also raise the question of the PDO assumptions that you're making, and what if the relationships that we're assuming are there are not there? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Those are really good points. And yeah, I think the PDO would be captured in new research indicating parameters that are outside the percentiles, but maybe we could be more specific about the assumptions or something along that line.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Let's go to Carla, then Linda, then Robert, and I also see a comment in the chat from Tom that we'll talk about too. So go ahead, Carla.
Yeah, thanks. I have, I guess, a comment and a suggestion, or the first is maybe more of a question, in that I was thinking about the concept of reliance of the spawning biomass on a small number of year classes, and whether that sort of an exceptional circumstance is captured in that C, in the recruitment part, I guess, or if there's something slightly different that we wanted to spell out in terms of, a percentage of the spawning biomass in relation to the number of year classes contributing to those estimates. And then my second just comment is editorial, and that's the ending of both the first and the second have this concept that the index would be outside those ranges for 2 or more consecutive years. And I like that wording, and would just suggest that we use that same wording for the second one to make it clear that we're talking about 2 or more consecutive years. And then that's it.
Thanks, Carla. Good points. Yeah, we will, if the MSAB wants to put this into their document as a recommendation, we can reword B, but I think that's a good suggestion. In the first part, yeah, I think reliance on a small number year class is certainly a concern. And I imagine, I haven't looked at it, but I imagine the MSC simulations actually have a fair number of simulations where there is one dominant year class in the population, but that would be something worth looking at in the simulations, is it capturing that, or is there more often a lot of year classes? So, but that's good. That's an observation, and we could try to do a direct comparison with the MSC simulations to that. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Carla. Linda, you're up.
Thanks, Gwyn. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in to agree with Chris about thinking that a work group of some kind on this topic of, we're meeting our long-term objective, but there's this sense of unease and we're lowering harvest limits because of XYZ, low biomass, low catch rates, poor age structure. Just to say that we had a subcommittee going of just Alaskans to talk about how we allocate the Alaskan portion of this, struggling with exactly that issue of, we're in this sort of yellow zone. We're not in the 30-20 slide of the red zone, but people are not comfortable where we are. And how do we quantify what not comfortable means and when we become comfortable and what that means? And we didn't get very far because then the fishery opened and everybody got too busy. So I don't know that trying to do a subcommittee over the summer works, but I do think these are issues that, I'd like to grapple with so it feels less ad hoc. And we have objectives and a policy that people feel like we can lean on a little more consistently.
Yes, thanks, Linda. It is sometimes challenging to schedule a subcommittee during the fishing season. But I think this, if people did want to do this, it would be, a one day at the most type of thing. So hopefully we could get a lot of participation, and then recognizing that a subcommittee is just like, you said, a working group that would then report back to the MSAB, and then the MSAB would have a discussion on that as well. And I did like what you said about how do we quantify what not comfortable means. And I think that's a really good phrase for me, at least, to understand. I like that type of phrase.
All right, at the risk of sounding like the new kid on the block, if the group is interested in forming a subcommittee or a working group to have these discussions kind of throughout the summer or meet during the summer when folks are available, how would we go about doing that? Is that something that we would decide today? Is it something that we take offline? How do we go about kind of actioning that?
Yeah, thanks, Gwyn. I think, I think the first step is for the MSAB to make a recommendation to form or a request. You can make it a request to form a subcommittee to discuss this topic. And then the Secretariat would contact MSAB members to find out who's interested. We could have, people indicate at this meeting who's interested, and the Secretariat would note that. And then the Secretariat would identify those who are interested and then work on scheduling the subcommittee meeting. There'll be a report coming out of that subcommittee meeting that's then brought back to the MSAB, the next MSAB meeting for consideration.
Okay, great. Thanks for that.
But the key is to get the request in.
Okay, I
This
think we
report.
could probably do that during the drafting. Okay, we have Carla and Linda, although are those new hands or are those okay, Carla's done. Linda, is your hand a legacy hand or is that still up? Okay, it's gone now. Robert, then Tom, then Pete. Go ahead, Robert.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, perfect. Michelle touched on something kind of interesting there. With most of the stuff is being fishery independent data, it would be interesting to have some commercial side, because I think that's kind of where, like, for the last couple of years, I've noticed in just because we have 100% observer coverage here, and so you have to fill out the logbooks. And what I've noticed is that there was a lack of small fish that we were catching, which told me that there was going to be a recruitment problem coming up. And apparently this year it sounds like the guys are getting a lot more smaller fish, which is a good sign. But would that, I mean, I know 2B is the only one that's got 100%, but I mean, I think Linda was saying that they got some at the AGM, that there's some observer coverage up in Alaska. So would that be an option, just to like have a management procedure for commercial fisheries data of low under 32 catch effort? I guess I don't know how to word it, but that's kind of what I'm trying to wrap my head around how to word it. But that was where I noticed, and that was where my concern was, is seeing a lack of small fish when we were fishing.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. I think a number of times different people have brought up the concept of incorporating some sort of metric of age structure into this process, and exactly how that's brought in. I mean, we could brainstorm on that. And you could, the Sablefish in Alaska team is working on bringing in age structure into the actual management procedure. So yeah, we could have a think about that. We do want to be cautious to not make the management procedure too complex. It becomes difficult to understand. You start losing the transparency of the process. But we can also, just look in the MSC simulations, how often those types of events occur with low age diversity, you might say, and see if there's different management procedures that avoid that. Maybe a low spawning biomass backing off fishing intensity does reduce the occurrence of those events like you were talking about, where you have a lack of recruitment coming in. But it might be, so I think it's worth thinking about it, and we have a number of places where age has come into the conversation in this meeting.
Yeah, I just when Michelle touched on that, most of this data that we have in this is fishery independent. It would be interesting to see some fishery dependent data, I guess. I don't know. I just thought that would be interesting. And then Gwen, do you know if sablefish in BC is age structured or no?
Oof, you're testing my memory, Robert. I think it is, but I'll confirm that. I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
I think the sablefish in BC is using pretty simple models in their management procedure. Their stock assessment and operating model are certainly age structured, but I don't know that they're using any age type indices. They're basically using the, as I understand it, coast-wide index or a BC index, sort of similar to what our coast-wide index would be.
Okay. No, I was just curious if there was something that we could kind of look at and see a compare, or like not a comparison, but it'd just be easier to wrap your head around how it might potentially work or whatever.
I mean, it's a good thought, Robert. I'll shoot when we get back into some discussions. I'll shoot the sablefish scientist with DFO a quick message, see if I can get some information from her. In the meantime, we have Tom and then Pete. So go ahead, Tom.
Okay, when I think no matter what we do, I think we need to keep the harvest control rule relatively straightforward and reasonable to try to implement. In saying that, I mean, I think at some point, I don't know how we can define management procedures without being able to define what an overfishing limit is. I mean, we're setting an ACL, what we call, a harvestable amount was what I'm used to is called an ACL, annual catch limit. But it's, right now we're dealing with that means percentages, relative spawning biomass. These are all percentages. At some point, we have to define what is a population rebuilt and what is the lower limit that we don't want to go below, which is an overfishing limit. I think the SRB is indicating that by saying, well, rather than doing, using spawning biomass, relative spawning biomass, you might want to go to an absolute, which then is a question, what are we going to talk about? Is this based on weight or is this based on numbers of fish? Because if the fish are 1/4, 1/3 smaller than they were 20 years ago, then we may have plenty of fish out there. They're just smaller. And it's clear to me if the population is at risk right now or low, as the indication is because it's size or it's because of numbers of fish. I mean, we just heard from the last speaker that, they're getting lots of bigger fish, but they're not finding smaller fish. I heard just the opposite up north where they're getting lots of small fish, but can't find big fish. So it's perplexing to me how we're going to come to a resolution on this if we don't define our terms. Are we talking about numbers of fish or pounds of fish? And if so, how can we not have an overfishing limit and know what to manage to? So anyway, that's just comments I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Really good comments and really good questions to think about. And our current, do we call it overfished level or you report that? 20. Yeah. Yeah. So the 20% of B0, the relative spawning biomass, is would be considered overfished if the stock was below that level at this point in time. And that's very common for many different fisheries to have an overfished level based on that relative spawning biomass. And I think that's good for us too, because the relative spawning biomass, as we talked about yesterday, is a measure of the effect of fishing on the stock. So we just want to make sure that we're not affecting the stock from fishing in a way that is detrimental. And then I think what you're talking about is really good. Are we talking biomass or numbers here? Commercial fisheries often operate in weight, and that's what they're, and so maybe that's a fishery objective in what's a desirable level, what's a desirable number of fish for a recreational fishery to have in the water, and not worried about really too much of their size, but just having those opportunities. And so I think those are really good questions to be asking and contemplating.
All right, Pete, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Gwyn. Listening to the conversation, I think first off, I think it might be useful to have like a subgroup or subcommittee or something looking at this additional objective, particularly as it relates to age diversity, or I don't know what you'd call it, because that's a pretty unknown topic, I guess, without having better words to say. Like, what is a good age structure? Like that is you can have an age structure that looks really similar to it at a high population abundance that looks really similar to an age structure at a low population abundance. So it's like, I think it would be tough to come at that, but that said, I think it may be a worthwhile exercise, because as we've kind of been mentioning, this is, and as many of you know that you also fish for blackcod, like this is an issue in the Alaska sablefish assessment. Another comment I wanted to make about, having it like an additional control rule or something like that, is that, when we talk about reducing fishing intensity, I think the note to make is that we're only reducing fishing intensity from the stock status as we understand it, that's provided to us from the modeled construction of the assessment as it is right now. And there's nothing to say that in a few years down the road, when the model is further developed, It doesn't bring it back to the stock status where we were more likely at before. So that reduction of relative fishing intensity, that's a moving target, I think. And that kind of speaks to this difficulty in the MSC to really model that. I don't know what you'd call it, not really model uncertainty, but model development uncertainty or model development variability. You just don't necessarily know how a change in the model could change the stock status out in the future. So yeah, that's my comment, something to think about.
Thanks, Pete. Really, really good comments. Got me thinking.
Oh, and I wanted to add too that this, reducing fishing intensity, like we're talking about it here in the halibut frame of mind, is like we're reducing it because we're at a low stock status. But this also can happen at a high stock status. If we're talking about sablefish again, we've also been reducing fishing intensity because the ABCs and TACs have been exploding based on these really big year classes. So, it can happen in both circumstances.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. That's a really good example. And, it is a little bit of support for maintaining the decision-making process of the commission in that harvest strategy.
All right. Any other questions, thoughts, comments regarding this section? Okay, not seeing any hands. So I know when Pete opened the session this morning, we talked about getting through the rest of the slides, having a bit of a discussion there. And then I think it was we'd look at these recommendations, or we would look at the items for further discussion in green. But happy to proceed however folks think is best.
I think it might be useful just to walk through these recommendations. They might help with the discussions that we have.
Sure.
And then circle back to making sure that we finish up those discussions that MSAB wanted to yesterday.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay.
I would say take it away.
Cool. So at the end of our presentations, or the end of the presentations given by the Secretariat, we often provide just a list of potential recommendations that could go into a report, something that helps these different bodies or the commission help form their thoughts. These are the important things we thought. So we already have the noting one in there, but we have, and I think that the MSAB has put in a request related to number 2 here. I just note that when I wrote up this slide, I put in a little bit more detail, and I wonder if the MSAB might want to consider a 20% constraint, which I think would be interesting. Does a little bit of constraint actually bring down the average annual variability enough that it's acceptable, but still allowing every once in a while to be a larger than 15% change? Something to contemplate. And then this last one, D, is what we were talking about today, options for control rules to reduce fishing intensity when biomass is low. So I'm not sure if the MSAB would want to put that right into this request. There was the discussion of putting together a subcommittee to discuss that further. So that request is already in the document, and this is just slightly different, but I think we're good along there. This page is related to different objectives. And we talked about the variability in the TCY, and maybe we'd want to add a new measurable objective that is related to the maximum change in the TCY. And this is where I think Chris or somebody asked yesterday, what does median average of the maximum change mean? Well, this again is the average over a period of years and the median over a number of simulations. And so if you're looking at the maximum change in the TCY over a 10-year period of just one of those years, you wouldn't need to average over what the maximum observed in that 10-year period. But you could say, what's the maximum observed out of 3 of those 10 years, and then average those 3 maximums that were observed, just to make things complicated. But the MSAB may want to put in something there. I can't remember if something is already drafted in the report related to the maximum change in the TCY. We noted that the objectives, the commission noted the objectives are in priority order, and that the yield is prioritized ahead of variability. One thought that we had here is, and we've discussed this a little bit, is, is there a priority order to those two? Or maybe the MSAB would just like to evaluate the trade-offs more equally, could insert a statement asking for equal prioritization of the coast-wide yield and the variability in the yield. And then here's a potential objective if the MSAB wants to go down the road of identifying an objective related to absolute spawning biomass. And we've put in a possibility for a recommendation in the report related to an objective that looks at the estimated 2023 absolute spawning biomass. And noting that the threshold, term, and tolerance are yet to be defined.
Hey, Pete, just before you go on, sorry, should have done this check before we started here. Would you, I see that there is a hand up. Would you like to take questions or comments as you're going through these recommendations, or go through all of them first and then we pause?
I think if it's a clarification or a quick comment, yeah, we can do that now, noting that we'll have time to discuss this when we're actually writing these paragraphs in the report.
Okay. Robert, was your question kind of a clarity or check of understanding question?
Yeah, just a quick check on the bullet 3 there for the median average of the maximum change of the TCI for 1, 2, or 3 years in a 10-year period. Is that going to be related to the biennial and triennial assessments? And if so, would it be better to go out to 15 years so that you can get a more of a better understanding?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just not too sure whether that's for the objective, whether it's for annual, biennial, or triennial, or it's not really clear to me.
Yeah, it would be used for any of the management procedures, but it's came out of the trying to get a better understanding of annual, biennial, or triennial. So yeah, the MSAB can modify that 10-year period to a 15-year period, whatever they wish.
Okay, thanks. I was just a little clarification. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thanks, Robert. I see a couple more hands. Noting that we'll just do some kind of clarity or check of understanding stuff right now. But Chris and then Peggy. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Gwyn. Just trying to figure out where we are and make sure for the discussion here on 4 and 5. We're recommending. I guess I'm still struggling with the fishery objectives. Just given, I realize the commission said this is the order of priority, but because the coastwide TCY and the annual changes, the trade-off between those two objectives, there's no threshold. There's no tolerance. There's no tolerance. You have to go over this for this to pass this objective. So we're not actually excluding anything. Like, I don't know if this really matters because, or at least I'm having a hard time seeing how it matters, because we don't have something that says, oh, you didn't meet objective 3, therefore you can't move to objective. That management procedure can't move to be evaluated. There's no tolerance. It's just a reporting metric. It's the TCY is this and the variability is that. And then, of course, it allows for the trade-offs to be made. So I'm not sure. I realize the wording from the commission is that they're in this order of priority, but I don't see how it really makes a difference for those two when they don't have a a tolerance that they have to meet, a performance metrics that they have to. The performance metric isn't it's just reporting. So that was the first comment I had, and then the second one is with respect to number 5 here. I don't want to add another objective at this point. As I've said, I think we need to tweak, or I think it would be a good idea to tweak, if we can, the objective with respect to B36. But the commission sort of pointed out to us, look, repeatedly, keep it simple. Here's your primary objectives. Keep focused on these. And I think that what we're trying to get at here with this recommendation for 5, I think is what we're circling around with the discussion we just had on, can this be addressed in what we're trying to achieve, what we think the objective about where we want the biomass, or why we're making these short-term decisions we are, is, at least my thinking at this point, given the discussion and what was pointed out, is that's something that might be able to be built into a management procedure, as we just discussed. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We'll definitely have that discussion coming up here. And to clarify on number 4, my concern there is exactly what you said, because we don't have any tolerances there. If yield is prioritized ahead of variability, then you would just try to maximize yield potentially. I just don't want to go down that road of like, well, this maximizes yield and that's the priority over variability, and variability doesn't matter anymore. So that's just our thought here at the Secretariat. And all of these they can go in the report, or they may not go in the report. These are just suggestions for wording in the report and potential topics. And we still need to make sure we have time to have these discussions and also draft the rest of the report.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Alan. Quickly, we'll go to Peggy and then Michelle, and then perhaps just looking at the time, we can allow Alan to get through the rest of the recommendations before we take a quick break.
Thanks.
So Peggy, go ahead.
And thank you, Alan, for saying what you just said. I'm just going to give you a little bit of feedback on the slide before, slide 34 on number 2, I think it was. I would support going to 20% and dropping 15% at this point. And I really appreciate you saying that we may not want some of these recommendations in here. So I'm going to put my thinking cap on. Yeah, that was it. Slide 34, 2B. If we move it from 15 to 20, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Peggy. All right, Michelle, go ahead.
Thanks. I had a kind of a similar thought as Chris on number 4. And my question was, is it possible, Alan, to write the procedure so that yield is prioritized when AAV is less than 15%, and then the limit on annual changes is prioritized when AAV is greater than 20%, and then all other times they are equal priority? Is it possible to write something like that?
Yes, it is. And we, the MSAB did that in the past. And what happened was the AAV and all of the management procedures we evaluated was never less than 15%. And so it became apparent that it really was to do that trade-off analysis, to understand that, oh, this is where the variability is what it is, but we can reduce it by doing this or that, and how it trade-offs with the yield. So it's really common within MSE to look at the trade-offs between these performance metrics, especially yield and average annual variability. So I've never really been a fan of prioritizing them, because you can really miss the trade-offs and finding this, what some people call the sweet spot, for example. So putting in those thresholds on those on the AAV of the variability, or even on yield, can actually eliminate all of your management procedures. And so you just end up going, well, I need to understand what the difference is between the management procedures.
Thanks. If I may, so would it make sense? I'll just throw this out for food for thought of to have a procedure of where yield is prioritized, again, to just have a comparison to status quo and then one where they're equal priority.
Yeah, you can do that type of evaluation and look at it like, what if you had equal priority, or what if you did try to maximize yield? You'd come up with very different recommendations of a management procedure. And an example is if you did just try to maximize yield in the results that we've seen, and given the objective of the B36 and the 20% biomass, the choice of a management procedure would be clear, and it would be a 39% SPR, because that would maximize the yield, but your variability would be quite high. And so what do you do in that situation? You evaluate the trade-offs between those. And that was sort of the plots that we were looking at, where I was showing you, here's points where it really starts to increase the variability, and look at those and identify where, where there's a compromise between maximizing yield and minimizing the variability.
Okay, so that's all the hands that I see right now. Noting our schedule does state that we're supposed to have a 30-minute break in about 3 minutes. I'd like to suggest, why don't we allow Alan to get through the rest of the recommendation slides? I think there's only 2 left. And then we can do a quick, like, if there are any questions just regarding clarity or check for understanding, we can have those. And then maybe let's take a bit of a shorter break, if folks are all right with that, just in the interest of time and trying to get everything wrapped up by 3, if possible. Does that work for folks? All
That
right.
works for me. I think that's a really good idea. And while we're drafting the report, we can have these discussions that we need to have as well, because this is theoretically a full session of the MSAB now.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
these last, sorry, Gwen.
No, I'll just like.
Okay. These last 2 slides are simply just recommendations of the exceptional circumstances, which we basically saw, and we've had some discussion around that. And maybe we can make some modifications during the drafting session if the MSAB wants to include this as a recommendation. And then these are the actions to take that we've been working on with the MSAB and the SRB over a number of years. So we're just looking for recommendations from the MSAB to include this into the Harbor Strategy Policy document as part of the process. And that's it.
All right.
We made it through all the presentations.
All right.
Yeah, that's
Any.
Alan, are you gonna like insert those into the report, because then maybe we can discuss it as we go through the report writing, or what were your thoughts on those?
Yeah, so these last 2, I haven't inserted any of these that I showed earlier, but the last 2 on exceptional circumstances, when I bring up the report to modify today, I've already inserted these as a starting point for the MSAB.
Cool. So Gwen, and Alan, are you okay with just a 15-minute break here, and then come back to, we want to dive into the report and then wrap up with other business?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a plan. It's 10:30 now Pacific time. If we aim to come back at 10:45 Pacific time, and then we can go from there. If that works for yourself, Pete, for you, Alan, and for folks online.
Yeah, I think that works. If just to let you know what we'll need to do the rest of the day. once a full report is drafted, so we can go into report writing and discussion, finish up those paragraphs we need to finish up, and then talk about other business. We'll still need to write any paragraphs that might come up in other business. And then the secretariat will need, probably half an hour to clean up the report and create a for adoption one that will then be displayed on the screen this afternoon and walk through from beginning to end for the MSAB to consider for adoption. And once we get to the end, we'll adopt that report and that'll be it. But we'll need that at least a half an hour over the lunch break. So it'd be nice to have drafting done before lunch.
That sounds like a good goal. Let's aim to do that. Okay, so just after 10:30 now, let's come back at 10:45 Pacific time and enjoy a quick little break, folks.
All right, it's that time again. All right, we're gonna head into report writing, the report drafting session. Is that right? Did I forget what we were gonna do in the 15 minutes we had break?
No, I don't think you did. That's my understanding as well. With the goal of hopefully getting the drafting session done by around noon so that we can break for lunch while the secretariat puts together in a report. And then after lunch, we will review the official report for adoption. And we have to talk about other business. I did forget about that.
The wrong one, sorry. Sharing the wrong document. You just saw behind the curtain. Weird. It must, when you have two Word documents open, it gets confused. So sorry about this. Here we go. Okay, for the co-chairs, how would you like to go about this in this session? Do you want to just go right to the sections that are still sort of up in the air? Or do you want to go and fill in the last little bit we talked about this morning first and then come back?
I like the idea maybe of doing the last little bit we talked about this morning and then going into the next one. So just so we can kind of wrap that up. I know there was, seem to remember like Michelle had a comment about one of the, I can't remember which, but one of the paragraphs.
Yep.
So that'd be a good time to do that now.
Okay, so we finished this morning with paragraph 50, noting that still needed discussion, and then we went into additional considerations this morning in the presentation. And what I've done is just inserted those recommendations as verbatim from the related to the exceptional circumstances. And I've not captured any other paragraphs in this additional considerations section, although there was a lot of discussion about things. So I'm just going to take off that ugly highlighting. And see if there's any thoughts of adding in a paragraph, any paragraphs here, or modifying these. Noting there was a lot of discussion about a element of a management procedure related to low spawning biomass or something similar to that concept.
Go ahead, Chris, see your hand up.
Sorry, just point of clarification. I know this morning we were discussing changes earlier in the document. Are we going to go back to that? Are we going to finish this and then go back to the document? I think you might have mentioned that, Pete, but I kind of blanked out there. I didn't get what the plan was.
I thought that we were going to go back right now and
Oh,
then
sorry.
end with this section, but
Then I
eventually,
misinterpreted. Sorry.
no problem. Eventually, we do need to go back to those sections from this morning.
Okay. As long as we go back, that's fine. Let's go. Maybe go with this while it's fresh in our minds. But I would like to go back to points. Thanks.
Sure.
I think the third day of a meeting is showing in all of us now.
Robert, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just for an exceptional circumstance, like for the Bering Sea trawl survey, how much of the data do you guys use for the assessment? Would that should that be looked at as an exceptional circumstance if the Bering Sea trawl is doing something that it normally isn't doing? I just thought of that like just now, so I don't know if that's appropriate or not. Or
yeah, I can comment on this one. Thanks for that, Robert. We do use the Bering Sea trawl data. We use it to help inform size at age, especially for the small fish that we don't see in it from other sources. And we use it as a comparative look at both the young fish coming in as well as the overall biomass in the Bering Sea. And then of course, it's also included in the space-time model results. So a big jump or drop in the Bering Sea trawl survey would be captured through the FIS index. And outside of that, although we are using it, I would be a little hesitant to add it to our exceptional circumstances just because we're using it in more of a comparative way currently rather than a strictly quantitative way. So I think it'd be hard to come up with a direct threshold that would invoke an exceptional circumstance. But it's definitely,
okay,
you're right, it's something that's good to look at.
yeah, no, I was just curious. I just thought of well, what other things don't we have that might be necessary? But since it's already basically captured and we're not really we're it's more comparative. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
What I like about those recommendations, at least A and B, is that you'd want to have them for at least a time period before you react. You can always have that one-off year. I guess I'm a little. I remain not that we need to clarify it, but I'm a little unclear as to what that last one, what falling outside the 95th percentile, like there is no kind of time period for that. It's a little vague, but I think I get the the underlying intent with it is to examine those to see if something's going wonky.
Yeah, the percentiles there, it is a little bit vague, but it's related to, for example, from the stock assessment, the estimates of natural mortality. They fall within a range of 0.15 to 0.22 or something like that with uncertainty on them. And if that's updated and say one of the models, it's like actually natural mortality is 0.10, but the MSC simulations doesn't actually use that in it as a natural mortality value anywhere, then that might invoke an exceptional circumstance. So we're just trying to look at the range of values and then what's simulated in the MSC.
Michelle.
I caught the 2 or more consecutive years that Michelle mentioned. I think that's a good change to have consistency.
Was that what your comment was, Michelle?
Thanks. No, and actually, I think it was Carla that mentioned the consistency. My comment had been relative to including fishery WPUE or fishery dependent data, and I'm not sure if it's needed, or if we think that FI if the FIS would cover. But perhaps is it possible that the fishery could detect something that the FIS doesn't? I mean, I guess this would also be a way to ensure that the FIS is representative. If it occurs at a different time, perhaps than the fishery could detect something that the FIS doesn't.
Yeah, it might be time consuming to try to draft a very specific statement, but maybe as a solution, after this paragraph, inserting a paragraph saying the MSAB requests or the MSAB recommends, incorporating fishery dependent data into an exceptional circumstance. And then that will allow us to maybe have a little bit of think about it, exactly how that could be done, because I wouldn't want to put something in that's a little more concrete and then come back and say, actually, we couldn't do that, or that didn't make sense for this reason. But this might just allow us to have a little bit of think about it and do it in the right way and talk to the SRB about it as well. Does that sound like a reasonable solution, Michelle and MSAB?
That sounds great to me, Alan. Thanks.
I'm curious about that, Alan. Is there not a standard otolith gathering on commercial deliveries that we would?
Yeah, there are, there's standard statistics produced by the stock assessment or in the stock assessment process, coast-wide WPOE is something presented. We could look at that. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about this in the right way of what an exceptional circumstance is. And it would be probably a good idea to then even work with the SRB in making sure that we're doing this in the right way. And the MSAB could actually make this request for the Secretariat and the SRB to work on ways of incorporating fishery-dependent data into an exceptional circumstance.
Okay, that that sounds fine. I'm just curious why it's not a little simpler than that, but you know better than I do, so I'll go with what you say. Thanks.
Yeah, there's something that's just triggered in my brain going, it sounds really easy, but I'm not sure why it might be an issue. And so I just can't think off the fly right now this morning to figure out why.
Good to follow those instincts.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Would the MSAB like to call out the SRB?
That sounds good to me.
Could we, it's Chris for, let's see what you write first before I start.
There we go.
Can we soften that a little bit? I'm just trying to, I'm uncomfortable with using, as I've said, fishery dependent data in a lot of things, just because I think you can mask a lot that's actually happening. Could we say something to work together to consider different ways to incorporate? Secretary, work together to consider different ways to incorporate?
What was it? To consider?
To consider.
Okay.
I'm not convinced that I'm comfortable with using fishery dependent data, just given how it can mask what's actually happening sometimes. And it's driven by other factors such as the market and the like. Thanks.
That is a reasonable thing to say there, Chris. I think a note I'd make too, just in comparison with the FIS and and commercial data, or a survey and fishery data in general, is that a survey is not intended to be representative of what's going on in the fishery. The survey is intended to be representative of what's going on in the population. Michelle, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I appreciate and agree with the comments both that Chris and Pete that you just made. The thought being that the fishery dependent data though could possibly catch something or detect something that the survey isn't. I mean, it's also a good way to ensure that your survey is representative of what's happening out there. Was wondering if it might be helpful to also include the 2 or more consecutive years. And so it's not something that we're just reacting to for 1 year of the fishery data, but if the fishery is consistently, and it might be something that is affected, as Chris mentioned, by market, but then that should also be something that should trigger, I would think, the actions by the MSAB if there is something that is happening with the fishery that is more than just a 1 year thing.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm actually waiting to see what Alan writes here, but I'm wondering if that, in the process of the SRB and Secretariat working together to figure out different ways to use fishery data, do we add to that paragraph something about multiple years, or do we leave it general enough with the understanding that perhaps multiple years, just like in paragraph 51, would be considered?
Yeah, I'm fine with the way it's written now.
Great, thanks.
Pete and Michelle, does 52 start to capture what you were both your comments? Not sure I'm totally happy with the way I wrote it, but it's what I regurgitated.
I like 52.
Yeah, I agree. I think it leads nicely into 53.
Okay. Anything else there, or should we move on to the actions? And the actions are quite vague. It's mostly just, reviewing this with the MSAB and the SRB, especially C, consulting with them to actually determine what is done.
I do like C. A doesn't make sense to me. Is exactly what that means to dig into the operating model to see if it can be improved.
I think A is just referring to, is this something that we include a wider range of natural mortality parameters, or we fix something based on new understanding, or if it's the FIS is totally different than the operating model simulations, then why is that? What can we do to have it fit? Add more variability on something like that. But I'm wondering if C should actually maybe come first.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that they seem to be out of sequence.
Mm-hmm.
and that the review of the MSC simulations, I think, should be done with the MSAB.
Okay. Is this B actually needed with A there? Do you think it's captured in A, or should B be explicitly in? I know, I'm wondering if it's a little bit redundant.
The only thing that I would say is with B is that the MP should be reevaluated. So I mean, that's the only word that's really different.
Yeah, and I think that determine a set of MPs to evaluate, possibly updated.
Peggy, I see your hand is up also.
Yeah, so I agree that B could go. It is redundant when you've amended A. But I have and I apologize again, but I have a big frame picture question. Who determines when an exceptional circumstance has occurred?
Hopefully the data do. That's the real key here, is the data compared to the operating model are very different in that. And then we consult with the SRB and the MSAB to identify why that has occurred.
So the first time that the exceptional circumstance is described or declared is at an SRB meeting?
Or an MSAB meeting. If it's in May, the MSAB would probably see it before the SRB. No, actually.
And it would come from you or Ian?
We would be able, it would probably be in the interim meeting. It would probably come from whoever's doing the MSE analysis. But as soon as we get survey data, we can do the check.
Gotcha.
As soon as the stock assessment's done is when we would do it. So it'd be probably the annual meeting.
Okay, thanks.
So any opposition to removing B? So now the actions are just these 3 items, which I think makes sense to me.
And just one final question on B. Completed as soon as possible would be the following spring, summer survey season.
We put that in. I think that MSAB helped at the last meeting, helped phrase this with the help of Ian as well. And the idea there is we don't know what as soon as possible would be for a stock assessment.
Yeah, it seems like it would depend on what the exceptional circumstance was that triggered it and when we found out about it.
Good
For
point.
example, if we had a really anomalous survey for a second year in a row and we had those data in August, we could probably launch the assessment immediately. But if we found some results, perhaps leading into the interim meeting, it may or may not be possible to start a whole new assessment over the holidays and in time for the annual meeting. So that's why we've left that kind of vague.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for that background.
For C, would like a new MP is appropriate, or would it be like modifying an existing MP?
Yeah, I think it's saying the same thing.
Okay, I just like, because like, what if we run the simulation and like you need to like, because you're determining a set of MPs, and what if we need to have like a couple?
Yeah, and I think that would be the key.
Yeah.
How would we need to modify the current MP, which would be a new?
Yeah, I guess it would be a new one. Never mind.
So another thing we talked about this morning was this additional consideration of,
Alan, before
yeah,
you go there, this is Michelle. Just a follow-up to Ian's point about the timing and the type of exceptional circumstance. And just wondering if in all cases a stock assessment is would be done. And so just thinking about the scenario that if the information did come in later and there wasn't time to do a stock assessment, but there's still an opportunity to do something for the annual meeting. Like, would it be possible to do like an update to the assessment with the new FIS WPUE information or something of that isn't a full assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would, yeah, I don't know. It would have to be seen. And whether B captures that or not, I'm not sure. As Ian said, it depends on when this would be identified and how urgent the situation was.
So in theory, I guess though, we would basically have 1 year's worth of data of where we have an outlier, right? Or an anomaly that would trigger maybe a closer review of watching, during the second year to see if there's a repeat, right? We'd have like some sort of heads up.
Right. And if it was pretty extreme, then we'd probably be gearing up to do an assessment if an assessment was not going to be done in that next year. If there was this extreme outlier, let's say the example is we're not doing an assessment in 2027 and the survey and the empirical rule is change the TCY based on the survey, but the survey increased by 20%, which is like, wow, how did it do that? We have no clue. That's way outside our expectations. And then the commission is like, do we actually increase the TCY by 20% to follow our empirical rule? We don't have an assessment. We want an assessment as soon as possible. Even though we haven't declared an exceptional circumstance, because it has not happened 2 years in a row, that could be the scenario there. So I think the key is, we want to identify some pretty clear rules and to really open up this process, but we'll also be watching these things and we'll be able to make decisions along the way before even an exceptional circumstance is declared.
I guess I would add that I think the bar is a little bit lower for invoking a new stock assessment than it is for stepping outside the management procedure. The idea is that the exceptional circumstances sort of avoid the situation where every year there's just, well, there's a result that somebody doesn't like, and so we're not going to use a management procedure. It gives a very specific criteria for when you do and don't stick to the management procedure. But I think the assessment is a bit more flexible than that. If we start to see, perhaps even we see 1 year that's a bit anomalous, we may choose to do an assessment, even though we wouldn't necessarily invoke the exceptional circumstance until the following year.
And I think the MSAB in their past report or one past meeting called that unexpected events rather than exceptional circumstances.
Thanks, that's really helpful.
So we talked about the subcommittee. Would the MSAB like to draft a paragraph related to requesting a subcommittee be formed? To investigate elements of a management procedure related to changes in productivity or low spawning biomass.
Yeah, I think we do. I'm all for that. That's Chris Four. Do we have to request it or can we just do it? Like,
I think it'd be useful to have it in the report as a request.
okay, but do we state it in the report or we just say the MSAB formed? Or do we say, or is the proper wording, is it requested? I guess my question, sorry, are we asking for permission from the commissioners or can we just form it? Do we have to wait?
My Adobe just reset, so I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
No, you know, I'm not certain. I could talk to Dave about that. And maybe Dave will help us when we're cleaning up the report. I'm sure he will actually. But I think what might be useful is maybe the MSAB request that the Secretariat assist with hosting a subcommittee or something along those lines, just so that the request is there for the Secretariat to do this and it's made aware to the Commission.
Okay, sounds good to me. Thanks.
Okay. So I'll share my screen again here. It's like I have a limit on the amount of time I can be sharing my screen. So, okay. How does that look? Yeah, I can't remember what we've done in the past with this. I'm sure Dave will have some input over the lunchtime, which we can bring back. But I think that the key here is just capturing the intent of the subcommittee.
That looks good.
Okay, is there anything else in this section? Just looking through my notes. This is other considerations. All right. We're done with this section. Should we move upwards and do some discussion of things highlighted from last night?
Maybe I could make a quick comment before we move on from 55. So I'm going to take off my assistant's hat and put on my stock assessment hat for a second. And just note that for the MSAB, this is your opportunity to make some progress on this topic of what to do when the spawning biomass is low, but we've not engaged the reference points. I'm thinking toward next year, I'm going to calculate the yield associated with F43. And I can almost guarantee it's going to be larger than people want to take out of the stock next year. And so I think this meeting is the opportunity for the MSAB to get on record, not forming a subgroup, but actually at least signaling that there could be an objective here, or that this is something that's worth further consideration for the commission. I note that in Alan's slide 28 from the presentation that he just finished, the results that he showed you suggest that fishing at an F43, we're going to be in this situation about 1 out of 3 years for the next 15 years. And in the long term, we're going to be at this situation of being at or below the biomass in 2023, about 1 out of every 5 years in the long term. So we've talked about it as being sort of a situational issue, or what we're doing right now in a tactical sense, but it's not going away unless we win the lottery and get a giant recruitment that comes through. This is going to be a recurring issue. And so I guess noting that there isn't an MSAB meeting in the fall, I guess I would encourage you to consider making some acknowledgement of the issue and or providing something for the commission to use this year in this meeting. Thanks for listening.
And that could actually lead into the discussion of that we're missing up above as well on that objective.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate Dr. Stewart's comments, but I thought that's kind of what our discussion was, right? We said, you know, we needed to look at what kind of an objective would look like that that you would go with objective for in your, maybe we change, you know, what are some of the reference points on this sort of low abundance, low productivity regime. And the subcommittee part was just, okay, let's figure out what that may look like. But I don't think that takes away from the fact that I've heard several MSAB members saying we need to deal with this. Maybe this not kind of worded in the right way, but I think the other challenge here is what would that look like as a management procedure or something like that. So I think we have been saying that. Maybe we need to say it a little stronger, but I don't think it just to me, my understanding, the subcommittee was to sort of, okay, how would it be worded? What would it, you know, what makes make sure that everyone's kind of agreement on this is kind of what we were at, what we're thinking of. But I think we are saying that. And okay, if we don't have a meeting in November or October, I still think it shows up in the report that we need to, you know, we're saying that this needs to be kind of thought about and maybe probably acted upon. So I don't know if I think we're saying the same things. Maybe we're just not wording it the right way.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if this request for a subcommittee meeting actually goes under other business, and maybe up here where we've highlighted green, this is from last year's report, that we modify this type of statement to capture what you were talking about, Jim, and what Ian was talking about, and have this strong statement of, you know, at low spawning biomass, the fishing intensity has been reduced, and there may be some, you know, reason, objective, whatever, however you want to say that, for doing that to rebuild the stock to higher biomass levels. So I'm going to move this into other business just because I think it actually does belong there.
It may be worth clarifying whether a subcommittee would be reporting back at the next MSAB meeting, or whether you have some sort of intercessional process. Because if it's at the next MSAB meeting, that's after next year's annual meeting. It's next spring.
Right. Can I ask a question of Dr. Stewart?
Sure.
Thanks, Ian. So I'm struggling with really understanding what we're getting at. And what I thought you were saying was, in part, you were assuming that the commissioners made a decision to really ramp down on TCEY for a number of reasons, but there were other reasons that did not justify that ramp down. And that, I think, is what, at least in part, what we're trying to capture with this subcommittee. How important are, how should we act? Excuse me, how should the commissioners act when we are in this situation? And how much should they ramp up or ramp down? So that's a tender subject because it's not our job to do that. It is our job to advise them on some things to think about after we've run simulations and thought this through more. But can you help me understand, is there a big disconnect, or is that just in my mind? And is that what we're trying to get at?
Yeah, so I don't think there's a big disconnect. I think I agree with you and Jim that you all are thinking about this, but I guess my concern is that if you form a subcommittee now, and it reports back to you next spring with some thoughts on the topic, there'll be no new information.
That's right.
This year's process for the commissioners to have from the MSAB. There'll be nothing, the MSAB will have produced nothing that helps them make that decision, or even really signaling that it's a strong issue until next year. I guess the second part of this, and the other point I was trying to make, is that it seems like there's a perception right now that this is very much a short-term tactical situation that we're in. But I would make the case that based on the results from the MSE, that if the commission sticks with a reference level of F43, this is going to happen all the time moving forward. We're going to be bouncing around, and we're going to have a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 5 chance of dropping below the 2023 biomass in an absolute sense for the future. And I'm not sure that aligns with people's current thinking about where they want the stock. And so even if it's just refining the bullet up above that just flags this as an issue might be enough. But I'm a little worried that the thought is this is going to effectively go away and we can get back to worrying about the long term. But I think the results are pretty strong in indicating that this is going to be a recurring issue at a reference level of F43.
Thank you very much for that. And one of my original thoughts to put in other is to have a second meeting this year.
So if that's okay with the chair, should we back up and discuss this objective, the discussions we had about the potential absolute spawning biomass objective? And I wonder if the MSAB would like to note what Ian was saying from those simulation results.
So you asked Alan about backing up to talk about the objective, and I do think we are, and I'm noting that we have a few hands up there, and my assumption is that these are comments pertaining to this topic. So I think I'd like to hear what folks have to say. Michelle, you're up first, and Forrest, Scott, and Tom.
Thanks for providing your thoughts on this, Ian. And I agree with what Jim and Peggy have said, and realize I've been away from the MSAB for a few years, but I guess recall that previously the MSAB had examined SPRs of 44, 46, and 48. And I thought we were at 46. I'm not sure how we got to 43, but getting back to, kind of the comments that Peggy just made. And I think, well, from my perspective, I'm on the same page as you and what we would like to accomplish. I'm just not sure how the MSAB does that. So is that through a recommendation? Is that through a request? Can we do it in the absence of actually running the operating model and getting the results, just a recommendation on relative, we note our concerns, but we recommend higher SPR levels be examined or considered?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Michelle. That is really the ultimate achievement of the MSAB, in my mind, is when it makes a recommendation to modify the reference management procedure of the commission that the commission's using. And so that happened. They made a recommendation to use FSPR 43% as a reference because of yield and variance trade-offs and all the other analyses that were done at that time. And then the commission adopted that as the reference SPR. And that was a real success in my mind. I think now we're in the state where the SPR 43% meets those objectives, and it meets those objectives most of the time. However, what we're learning is that there's another potential objective here, that when the spawning biomass is low, that there is a desire to potentially rebuild the stock for various reasons. And so I would not recommend, unless the MSAB did look at specific results and came up with a, you know what, the reference SPR should be 46 or 52%, whatever it is, the MSAB could make that recommendation to the commission. However, at this point in time, without having specific simulation results, there's still some simulations to do that I think the MSAB can request some simulations to do, have the subcommittee about a potential element in the management procedure, adjusting the spawning biomass, things like that, so that the process can continue as expected, where the MSC process is proposed management procedures, do the simulation, evaluate them, then come up with the recommendations in the end. But as Ian suggested, I think this is a real chance of the MSAB, especially if a fall meeting does not occur. This is the real chance of the MSAB to highlight this issue to the commission and maybe have the commission prioritize this type of work for the MSE in understanding or trying to more mimic this behavior. So yeah, I think that's my view of the route.
Forrest, I'm just going to make a quick comment and then we'll get yours. I'm just looking at this paragraph 50 and what you just said, Alan, about the MSE mimicking what has been going on. I made the note yesterday that while the MSE is saying it FSPR 43, there's 20 or 33% chance that it would be below. That's not replicating what came out of the assessment last year. In the decision table, it was a 70+ chance that the following year's projected biomass would be lower. And I think that was a big factor in some of the decision making, I believe, that the commissioners made. So I'm not sure how to frame that in a note, but to have the MSC more replicate that output of the assessment, I think would be pretty useful and or necessary in any simulations that we do.
That's a really good observation, Pete. And it's something that Alan and I have looked into a bit. And I think that we can really isolate that to the time frame that's being looked at. So the assessment's doing a 1 to 3 year projection, and it's completely dependent on recruitments that are already in the pipeline. The MSE, even in the short term, the MSE is doing 4 to 14 or 4 to 16 years. And so that's going to benefit immediately from recruitments that are coming basically back from a normal distribution about the expected recruitment. And then in the long term, you're going to have both that as well as the PDO. And so even though the numbers are quite different, actually they're all consistent. It's just that we're in this situation right now where we have a bunch of low recruitments that are already in the biomass. And that 3-year projection from the assessment doesn't have any possibility of having another big recruitment basically coming along that's going to recruit to the spawning biomass within the next 3 years.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Chew on that. Forrest, you're up next.
Yeah, appreciate it. I appreciate Chris calling for an ad hoc group. It seems to me like when we go through these discussions that still in my mind, there are actually fishery objectives that go unanalyzed, undiscussed. For instance, what is the ultimate coastwide yield target that we're interested in hovering around? We talk about biological objectives, but maybe not on a fishery level that way. And Dr. Stewart's comments like kind of ruined my day, but they had to be said. I guess I just, there's a question in here, and the question is, when we went over some simulations, I saw coastwide yield numbers of 50 million pounds, 60 million pounds. And I guess I was falsely believing that with current targets that we might actually, that we're in the low, but we're going to get back to some type of equilibrium up in that category. That may not be true. So the question here is, are we supposed to still look at all these numbers only as relative to each other? Or are we at a point now where your simulations actually are somewhat predicting an equilibrium? And I use that really loosely. But are the numbers like credible now? If we see 50 million pounds as a long-term number, median or something like that, can we take that to the bank or not?
Yeah, thanks, Forrest. I'm always hesitant in an MSE simulation analysis for, interpreting specific numbers like what you're talking about. It's like for a number of reasons. One is what Ian was saying, where the MSE simulations are starting to rely on unknowns, a lot of unknowns. We don't, in the periods we're predicting for, we don't have estimate or data even informing the recruitment. So we just have all this variability. And what happens with that uncertainty, it just spans out in the MSE and it provides a wide range of uncertainty. So to say something like, yeah, you can expect 50 million pounds on average in the fishery, but that's over 500 different trajectories, potential trajectories. And when we showed it on the first day, each individual trajectory, the TCUI, coastwide TCUI, could go from right now predicting 50 million pounds to the next 10 years being below 30 million pounds, and then the following 10 years ramping up to 100 million pounds. So that the actual trajectory is not captured in the MSE process, but the range of possibilities is what we're trying to capture in the process. So perhaps a better statement to say from the MSE simulations is the industry can expect coastwide TCUIs with an SPR 43 ranging between 22 million pounds and 85 million pounds. Sorry, I can't get any more specific than that, but that's just what we have to deal with when we're trying to project out 60 years. And that's why people tell me, why are you even trying to predict out 60, 100 years? You don't know what's going to happen. And I tell them exactly. And that's why I don't want to tell you what's going to happen.
And I appreciate ranges. We do that in the decision table, and it gives some sense, that, yeah, well, maybe 50% of the time we're here, but here's some ranges on it. Maybe thinking forward, that would be helpful information we're getting technical and tactical here, but ultimately, in my mind, for the recreational fishery, there is definitely a coastwide target level that is very interesting for us, given domestic management programs. to try to be at, and maybe we're not back, maybe we'll never get back to that point, but I look forward to having that discussion. That it seems like we're always bound to getting through particular material. It's super important, but having this opportunity maybe in a ad hoc group would be nice to just sit down and freelance thoughts and hear everybody's needs and see what we come up with. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think that would be a better forum than trying to finish this up before lunchtime today and have this really complex discussion, complicated discussion. Forrest, at the beginning of your statement, you brought something else up that I thought was useful, and that is that there are these 4 priority objectives, and there's the talk of replacing this B36% objective potentially with an absolute spawning biomass one. That doesn't necessarily need to be the case. The MSAB has identified many, many objectives that the MSAB uses in their evaluations, and that can be seen in the appendices of the documents. So if the MSAB is like, you know what, we may have a spawning biomass objective, maybe they can begin working on incorporating one into their list of objectives that are there, but are not necessarily priority objectives.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Scott, Tom, and Jim have their hands up. I think hearing comments of what the MSAB thinks about this, we are pretty getting in the weeds, I think, a little bit, and I'm a little, I guess, pessimistic that we're going to resolve an objective at this meeting and in these notes. But that said, Scott.
Thank you. I'll make this really quick. I think it was Peggy that said at the last annual meeting, everyone was looking at everything that was being presented and everyone got really nervous. And that's why the TCEY was much lower than was suggested. And I think that was what my understanding was. That's what the subcommittee was supposed to look at, is to figure out what it was that people saw that made them nervous. And what do we do if we see those things again? And I hate to say it, but maybe we should even look at, maybe our triggers are wrong. Maybe they're too low and we have to raise our triggers up a little bit. Maybe it should be a 2040 instead of a 2030. And secondly, I like Peggy's idea of a second meeting before the next annual meeting for the MSAB, if possible, depending on the Secretariat's scheduling. And it'd certainly be okay having another webinar to save money and travel time for everyone. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, and I think the subcommittee would discuss the trigger concept and potentially a new trigger.
Alan or Pete or Gwyn, can someone check and see if Linda Benkin can get back in? She's been waiting for a bit.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thanks for letting us
It
know.
looks like she was just able to get in.
Okay.
Or at least I see her name.
Yep, I think we got her now.
Okay, so I think related to this discussion of, where we've been at with low spawning biomass, we have these 3 paragraphs, and then this paragraph in green is from last year, which really is, I think, is saying that it's not an objective and it was just a one-off. But I think now we have 2 years of that, and the discussion that I've seen about, there's a worry of where we're at. I think this paragraph either needs to be deleted or modified in some way.
I see a few hands up. Let's go to Tom, then Jim, then Michelle.
Well, my last comment on this, I don't think it's a mystery of why the commission is concerned. We're cruising along at 30,000 feet saying we can fish at 43%, meets all the objectives, no problem. the commission looks at the chart that Ian puts out, says you fish at status quo and you're 76%, you're going to drive the stock down. And they're in a panic saying, wait, I don't care what you're saying you can do. We obviously can't do this. We better fish at 54 or 56 or 60 to try to build the stock back. And I think there's a complete disconnect of what we're doing to what the commission sees on those charts every year. They don't dare recommend we fish at 43. I mean, in their right mind, how could they? When you got Ian telling you it's 76% chance, 3-1, you're gonna drive the stock down lower than it is now, and they're in a panic right now about how low the stock is. It's like we're in two different, realms here. We're in the stratosphere, and they're on the ground looking at reality, and I don't think any ad hoc committee or anybody else is going to resolve anything to that at all. I just think, if we'd started this process when we were at the median up, say, 45 or 50 million pounds, maybe it would work. But we're down around as low as we are now. It's like we're going to have to build back about 15 or 20 million pounds before I think anybody's going to take serious this 43. I just don't know how we're going to resolve that issue, because I just see a complete disconnect.
Yeah, the path forward that I see is potentially defining an objective and trying to mimic those concerns and that the commission decisions that they have been making in a management procedure. And I think that's totally possible to do.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So just a couple of points. So I never, the possibility of an October or November MSAB meeting, whatever that may look like, I didn't think that was off the table. I thought that was that's one of the decisions we would request or recommend or whatever. The other part is that maybe the way I'm looking at this, I don't see us trying to mimic what people's thoughts processes and the commissioners are doing, as opposed to, here's a set of circumstances we're in, and we're in this certain circumstances. This is the management procedures that we follow, which has a scaled down kind of SPR, etc. Because the reality is the Halibut Commission has commissioners that their role in this whole in this body is to make decisions on TACs and distribution. So trying to mimic that, I don't think, is just here's a set of policy or a set of management procedures that you would follow under these set of conditions that then informs the commissioners that, oh yeah, okay, and here they are, and then that gives them a range of what things, give them a different sort of set of maybe insights as to what these different metrics or these different targets we're trying to look at would produce. So anyways, I'll just stop there. That's how I kind of see this.
All right, thanks, Jim. Michelle?
Yes. So when I look at number 48, I think what we had discussed, what my notes indicate, Alan, is that it's the FIS WPUE and commercial WPUE and the absolute biomass that are at their lowest values. Is that correct? Because I don't see the absolute spawning biomass in number 48.
Yeah, Ian is agreeing that is correct.
Okay, and so with that, I would throw out for MSAB consideration a modification to number 51 that I'm not sure how we want to refer back to that, if that is recalling number 48 or something of that nature. But the MSAB recommends developing an additional objective and management procedure that addresses the situation described, either the current circumstances or the situation described in number 48, something of that nature.
Yeah, I'm wondering, so Michelle, you were saying the MSAB recommended identifying.
I had recommends developing an additional objective and identifying a management procedure. That addresses, again, it either like the current circumstances, or if you want to be more generic, what's described in number 48.
Okay.
Right,
I
the
started it with,
situation.
yeah, I started at noting paragraph 48.
And then something to the effect of, I'll look to you and Ian for help with this, but something that is referring to, ensuring the short-term and long-term status of the stock remains at a sustainable level.
So I added on the current circumstances and difference in perception of the stock status, because I think that's what 48 is really getting at. There's two perceptions. And that's what I think Tom was also noting. Does that sound reasonable? Paragraph 51 now?
Yeah, it does to me, but I'm not sure. I want to hear from other MSAB members, of course, but I also am not sure if that gets at what Ian was talking about, or if more is needed.
Okay, and we have paragraph 50. And so you're saying where more is needed, is that related to paragraph 50 or something else?
I can follow up. Yeah, thanks for that, Michelle. I do think that this is exactly addressing what my concern was that I think it's important for the MSAB to provide, to signal on this issue that they're working on it. Wouldn't have expected a specific objective necessarily, but just identifying that this issue is going on. I think this is much stronger than what is now paragraph 52.
Yeah, and I think 52 should be deleted. So is there something else you wanted added here, Michelle, on long term?
No, that's it. Thanks. And yes, I was proposing this in place of what is now 52.
Okay, that's what I figured. It'll stay there, but it'll be struck out, I believe. Yeah, so if anybody has other comments, we can take that.
Yeah, I see Chris's hand up, and then maybe after Chris speaks, let's do a quick kind of check in with time and what we need to accomplish in the next little bit. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks. Could you scroll it back so we can see the full paragraph 48?
Oh, sorry. Just going to go up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I don't have a problem with 51 if it's, I don't like necessarily additional objective. I would say substituting or adding an objective. I'm not convinced. I'm more on the substitution page right now. than adding, but I could be convinced the other way. But I just don't want it to be simply that it's adding, that it's substituting or developing an additional objective or something like that.
How about if I word it like this?
Chris, I appreciate that. I think what I had originally said was developing an objective.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. As long as it's because, like I say, I'm at this point, I'm as you're all painfully aware, I'm on the page of substituting, and the discussion we had earlier today about management procedures was kind of got my attention. Anyway, but if it's clear that it's not necessarily having an additional objective, I'm fine with that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So I'm just noting the time. It's about 5 to 12 Pacific time. So I know we've kind of gone back and forth on creating the new paragraph that Alan had just written, and we still have a few items in green that we wanted to spend a bit of time on. Also noting that we still need to cover other business, and I know a few folks have alluded to the possibility of a fall meeting, so I think we do need to have that conversation as well. Plus, the Secretariat is going to need at least half an hour once we do get this drafting session wrapped up to put it in a formal report. Then we will need to review and adopt the report, and I know at least for some of us, we kind of have a hard stop at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So with that, how, Pete, Alan, other folks on the line with MSAB, how best can we move forward to try to get everything that we need to talked about and get out of here by 3?
I guess it's my opinion that I think we need to talk about this stuff now before we break and set the break so that we're at a spot where the Secretariat can clean the report up and we can look at it after the break.
Okay, that works for me. Does that work for yourself, Alan?
Yeah, I think that would be ideal.
Okay, so why don't we proceed with that? Let's try to wrap up these items in green. Then we'll take likely a shorter lunch break while the Secretariat puts a formal report together.
And then other business as well. Which
Yes.
is likely the meetings.
Yes, I think we could likely. Yes, we'll need to have that before the formal report. Okay, so let's go through the items in green, talk about other business, then do a quick lunch break, likely closer to 30, maybe 45 minutes. If that works for folks.
Okay. Well, since we're working up through the document, how about starting with paragraph 44? This was the old MSAB request. And note that after it, so 45, 46, and 47 are all related to that request. The key item here is, has the Secretariat satisfied this MSAB request, or does the MSAB want to feel like this is still pending and want to keep that request in as it is or slightly modified? Should drop off again? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we lost you again there.
I'll be right back. I have a limited amount of, I guess every half an hour it drops me and brings me back when I'm sharing the screen. It only happens when I'm sharing. That's
not ideal.
Adobe issue, I guess. I guess Adobe's on day 3 of the meeting too. And thanks to the Secretariat for helping me with this. Every time I have to be let back in, change to presenter. And, they're on top of it. Okay, should come back. There we go. We're good for another half an hour. So yeah, again, the key is, does this request remain? Is it satisfied with these paragraphs and it can be deleted, or should this request be modified?
Michelle, go ahead.
I think it does not need to remain. I think the paragraphs 45 and 46, well, what you have below address that. I did have a suggested edit to 46 and how that is characterized.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
and you came up with the duration one, so that's great.
Yeah, so the duration of stability and then e.g. the number of consecutive years. And then below a threshold. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. Chris, I saw your hand up.
No, nothing to add at this point. Sorry.
Okay.
Something else that I heard was and this is something we discussed. So what I'm trying to do is put in an actual request so the Secretariat knows to bring this back to the MSAB. And because we're not actually reporting the maximum change in TCY. Let me do this better. So, okay, because maximum change is in 45, and this would just say the Secretariat bring back all of these types of metrics over 10 and 15-year periods. How does that sound? That's a request from the MSAB.
That sounds good for me.
It's going to be 46, straight 44. Yeah. And 44 is getting deleted, is that correct?
Yeah, that was what I was just going to confirm. So are folks happy with this? With getting rid of the paragraph 44? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay, I think, Alan, once you're done drafting that line, we can likely move on. Oh, I saw Chris's hand. Go ahead, Chris. Chris, if you're speaking, you're still muted.
Sorry. Can we, once we're done this one, can we move back up?
To,
I can't remember the paragraph number. Just
okay, I'll head up.
finish up here and then we'll.
So moving back up is the next green section.
Yeah.
With the empirical rule. So if we're done with performance metrics, I think this is our next task.
Sorry, Chris and Alan. I had one more. Just a question of does like 45 and does that need to be a request?
Oh,
rather
yeah.
than a note?
Yeah, we could. We could simply say request that a Secretariat report performance metrics noted in paragraphs 44 and 45.
That would be great.
Okay. Okay. Anything else with these? That's great. That's exactly what the Secretariat was looking for. Something along that line. Okay.
So I think, yeah, we can go up, and this is where you were wanting to chime in, wasn't it, Chris? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I guess my question is more not on the green, highlighted green area, but more, I think we were pretty clear that we wanted the commission to make a decision on the options for simulating distribution of TCUI. And I don't know, is the wording there, what we've got there reflect that? Like, are we requesting that commission to determine this, and that we're not just opening it wide up to doing the whole range of things, rather, and maybe it's earlier in the document, that, you know, they should go to the commission at their intersessional coming up, and they can decide which distribution procedures to use and not use.
Yeah, I think that's completely reasonable. But if the we've had some discussion about what types of data would be used in the empirical rule, and if the MSAB has anything, you know, like, yeah, develop these empirical rules, but we really like these types of data sources. And
yeah,
so,
sorry. Yeah, I'm not so concerned about like paragraph 41. I'm more just when we're talking about the 42 and I guess 43. Are we making it clear that for the distribution of TCUI, that is something the commissioners need to determine which ones will be determined by the commissioners at their upcoming intersessional? Sorry, that's where I'm on the distribution part.
Gotcha. I wonder if it's implied that, well,
I mean, do we just want to add in 43 at the last bit, the range of distribution procedures, comma, which will be determined by the commissioners, which should be determined by the commissioners at the upcoming intersessional, or something like that?
Go ahead, Linda. I know there were a few comments about using FIS as distribution. But go ahead, Linda.
Thanks, Pete. I think, just going back to the explanation we heard from Alan, that if we wanted to really understand the uncertainty, it was important to look at these different, the sort of range of ways to simulate this. And that if the way this reads to the commission is that we're almost asking them to narrow the range, then it seems like we're losing something there. So, to me, keeping these options in to have a broad range of simulations has value. And, Alan can tell me if I'm wrong, but that's part of the role of the MSAB, is to say, yeah, take a look at this data, do these simulations that will help guide decisions by the commissioners and stakeholders.
something along the lines of this, Linda and Chris, it's, I think we can strike the last part of 43. And if the MSAB makes a recommendation that the commission consider a broad range of distribution procedures, that will elevate it and make it more, make it noted by the commission.
I think we can strike the end of 43, but I don't want to be dictating to the commissioners what distribution they want to look at or don't. That's their thing. We're not, just that the distribution is not in our mandate right now, and it is the purview of commissioners, and they need to make that decision. I think we can note that there's a broad range. I think we already have. There's a broad range of distribution procedures listed in paragraphs 42 and 43, but it's up to commissioners to decide which ones they want to look at.
Yeah, I like what you put in 44 there, or I don't know. Yes, I guess it's 44, Alan. That makes sense to me.
And what I think I'm hearing from Chris is that Chris might believe 44 is not necessary.
Well, what I'm saying is I think we need, what I'd like to see in this is that this is just the distribution is the distribution of TCEY is up to the commissioners, and what they want to look like is up to the commissioners. It's not in our mandate to be right now to be talking about distribution procedures. We've noted that the different ones that were discussed at this meeting are brought to the attention, but really it's up to the commissioners to decide that. I just want it very clear in the report that we're just not noting these, but the discussion has been, and the discussion was that this is the purview of commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
So can I ask a question on Chris and on, sorry to barge in, on 44? I mean, aren't we recommending that the analysts consider a broad range of distribution procedures to capture the full future uncertainty in the MSE simulations? Like, we're not.
No, we're not. At least I'm not. I mean, we don't have a mandate to look at distribution right now, right? So we cannot make a recommendation on it. If the commissioners say they would like a broad range to be looked at, that is their decision.
And I think, yeah, I'm trying to figure out a wording to separate paragraph 44 from making recommendations on actual how to distribute it versus making a recommendation on how it should be implemented in the simulation process. And I think here the MSAB has, a purview to recommend that the commission do it in some way to capture what the MSAB believes the future uncertainty in distribution might be in the MSE simulations. But I do see, Chris, your point that making this very clear is important so that we're not blurring the line into how to actually distribute the TCY, which is not currently the mandate.
I think you could say that the MSAB noted a broad range of distribution procedures would capture capture future uncertainty in MSE simulations. I think we could note that because that is factually correct, but it's up to the commission to decide which distribution procedures are going to be looked at.
How about if we modified 43 like that and then struck 44?
I have a proposal.
Let's hear Michelle's proposal. I have one too.
Okay. I was going to propose modifying 42 to say the MSAB noted that TCEY distribution will be determined by the commission, but that including distribution in the MSE simulation would better inform the process. And then creating a new 43 that has the MSAB request guidance on whether and how to incorporate distribution in the MSE simulation. 3 possible options are
Okay.
and then
I think you got ahead of me there, Michelle. I'm operating about half speed today. I apologize. So the commission will annually determine the TCEY distribution, but there are different. Gotcha.
No, I had, but that including distribution in the MSE simulation would better inform the process.
And then a new paragraph here.
A new paragraph here that says the MSAB requests guidance on whether and how to incorporate distribution in the MSE simulation. And then 3 possible options are, and then colon, and get rid of the rest. Yeah.
And then keep 44 in.
I have a modification to 44 also, which is the MSAB noted that using estimates of fifth stock distribution and getting rid of using there. And I'm not sure, I think that should be or instead of and, this distribution or.
Well, I think it has to be and to say one is one side and the other's the other side.
Okay. And then instead of recent observed, should that be recent adopted percentages?
Yeah.
And that's it. Thanks.
How about if we finished it off with that? To capture the future uncertainty of GCY distribution in the MSC simulations. Again, tying it back to 43, even though it's a no.
Yeah, I like that.
Can I make a very brief, but I think important addition of one word?
Mm-hmm.
In 44, middle line there, distribution procedures to insert better, capture the future uncertainty. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that, Michelle. I think that's really good. I see it as helpful. Not sure if there's any other comments on 43 or 42, 43, and 44. And then the other question is what's happening with 45? Is that now deleted?
I see Chris's hand up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
So for paragraph 42, do we want to say annually? They're going to determine the distribution procedures.
Okay.
They've done it where they've done it multiple years.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I put in annually, so that's fine.
And then the other thing I guess is for paragraph 45, I don't know if we want to recommend to tell the commissioners that they consider a broad range distribution. I think we need to note, as on slide 8 of the presentation, is that MSAB noted that a broad range of distribution procedures captures the future uncertainty in MSC simulations. That's basically the point on slide 8.
Okay. Should we maybe, is that captured in 44 or should we add that to 44 or make another paragraph?
I think it's captured in, actually it is captured in 44, so I don't think we need paragraph 45.
That's sort of what I'm thinking too. And we have the request. And actually you could make that request a recommendation to really elevate it to the commission. And so 43 is requested that the commission provide guidance so that it's clear.
Yes.
That is the commission, not the secretariat.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And yeah, it makes sense getting rid of 45 as well. Linda, I see your hand if you had a comment on this.
I'm just reading through it and trying to see if we, I mean, I was thinking that up above in 42, we're just saying that distributions, that including distributions better informs the process. I was trying to find where we say that including a broad range of distributions informs the process.
How about if I put a relevant range, change relevant to broad here?
That does it. Yep, I like that.
And then we'll have a chance with the adoption of the report to do some more wordsmithing as well. So I'm going to delete 45. I haven't deleted it yet because it's an addition. It'll just disappear. So is that okay? Go in 3, 2. All right, and so we have this. Oh, we haven't even got to the green part yet. I think that's a really good addition, this 42, 43, and 44. Are we ready to then move on to the last green item? And that's just these empirical rule options.
I think so, yeah.
And again, this is a request to the Secretariat and the Commission, I guess, on what types of empirical rules be developed. I don't think the MSAB needs to get real specific right now, but let me take out the green so you can actually read it. I put that as a question mark there. It was discussed that it's not a one-to-one change, potentially different than one-to-one. I don't exactly remember why this was highlighted green, what people wanted to discuss more. I think it might have been related to whether the MSAB was asking the commission to develop these in their specifics, or if the MSAB was to develop the specifics. I think at this time, if the MSAB did want to develop specifics, maybe that could be another subcommittee or taken up at the next meeting.
All right, we have a couple hands up, so maybe Michelle or Robert can answer that question for us. Michelle, go ahead, and then we'll go to you, Robert.
Thanks. I wasn't going to answer that question. I had a similar question, though, Alan, which is as to who the MSAB is making this request of, because I thought that this was something that the MSAB would be examining, that we would examine these empirical rule options.
Yeah, they would certainly examine, evaluate them in terms of, simulating them in the MSE. I see this request as something the Secretariat would first develop and then present to the Commission as potential options.
So, so great. Maybe we should we say that? Requested the Secretariat develop empirical rule options. And then I know that this is implied, but under A, so the static TCEY option is a static coast-wide TCEY. And then that then raised in my mind the question of, would it be a static coast-wide TCEY but then the potential for different TCEY distributions that would be annual, that would be to be determined, or would that be determined like at the outset to be in place for 2 years? Or anyway, there's different distribution options even if you have a static coastwide TCEY. And I didn't know if that is just, if we need to say anything about that, or if that's something that the Secretariat will note.
Yeah, I've thought about that in the past, and I think with distribution as an uncertainty, that would be just the static coastwide TCY, and distribution can change in every year. I think that, yeah.
Thanks. And so with that, I'm fine with 41.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I was Michelle basically got most of what I was going to say, but this is going to also be presented to the SRB, right? Should we ask the SRB to include anything that they want to add?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. You can note it there, and then I'll really have to bring it to the SRB.
Yeah, because I think, like, again, this is like, I don't think we have the experience to come up with empirical rules. I think that's more for you scientists to decide what's the best, and run some simulations, and then we can take a look and see what we like and dislike. And then I have one comment regarding paragraph 40 or bullet 40. With this may be a 10 or 15% constraint. I know there was talk about 20 today, so should we change that to get rid of the 10 and 20, or 10 and 15 and just put it 20, or do we still want the 10, 15? I don't know. I just noticed that, and I know we discussed it.
Yeah, I mean, the Secretariat threw out the 20 option. That's something that I thought would be interesting to look at, but that's really up to the MSAB what options they might want to consider. Or the MSAB could be very specific. I mean, this says this may be, that's pretty vague, a constraint, and the MSAB could say exactly what they want.
I think vague is better, because again, when we're running these simulations, we don't know what the best constraint is going to end up being. But
gives me a little freedom to investigate.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Robert.
Forrest, go ahead.
I think there's been a lot of talk over many MSABs about a 15% constraint. No talk of a 20. 15 is even a big jump. Really, if we'd gone down to 15 this year, things would look drastically different for the fisheries. And maybe there's reason at some point, but I think when you get into that range, you're talking more about, hitting the ramp or something like that. So I don't, I mean, you're welcome to investigate that, but I personally, for our industry, would have a hard time supporting a 20% constraint. So it just depends on your workload and your interest. But anyway, that's just my comment on that.
Yeah, thanks, Forrest. I'll definitely take that into account. Well, we will when we're designing the simulations. And yeah, we realize that 15% is the real one of interest.
Yeah, I mean, like I Forrest, I wasn't saying to put 20 in there, because I don't want to see a 20% jump or drop. But it's just, I know we were talking about it, and I don't know if it was appropriate to add. And then also with 41, using the possible following sources maybe of data. Because again, we
What
want
was that, Robert? I didn't catch that.
in,
Sorry.
in 41, we're calling the Secretary and SRB develop empirical rules to be developed using should we have possible following sources of data, or is it just like, are we like saying this is what we want to see? Or I kind of want to give you guys free reign to figure out what the best ones to pick, but those are some options.
Yep, I like that.
All right, Alan, did we have any? So, I guess this all looks good to me. Are there any other comments on this section? Doesn't look like it. Do we have more above that we need to?
No, I think 28 could be deleted. Yeah, this was the redundant one. That's below in 37.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I think that's it. That was all that was flagged yesterday. Deleted that one and took care of that one. Great.
All right. Yeah. So we're on other business now, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Next meeting.
Yeah, I think so.
And I'll just leave this up. We can have the discussion of other business. We added 57 for subcommittee. And this is what the MSAB had last year regarding a November informational session if necessary.
I see Peggy's hand up. Go ahead, Peggy.
Thanks very much, Gwen. Just finishing up reading what Alan has set up for us. Thanks. I appreciate that. My thought on this was just to have a Zoom meeting, an Adobe, a remote meeting, maybe of one day, and our remand would be to look at the results of the subcommittee's work and move forward with, ideally, a recommendation for the commissioners to consider at their interim session, which would mean we'd have to meet in October. Results from the subcommittee's deliberations. Sorry, I don't have it wordsmithed.
What I'm trying to get at is there seems to be some other requests to, develop empirical rules and things like that, and trying to capture that in the simulation designs.
Excellent.
Does the MSAB want to say a 1-day meeting or a 1 to 2-day meeting?
1 to 2.
That's what I was going to suggest, is a 1 to 2, just depending on how much stuff is available to be looked at.
I know, you just can't get enough of me presenting stuff, talking to you for 2 days.
Your voice is so soothing, Alan.
Do you listen to these recordings to fall asleep at night? I'm going to delete 59 because don't think that's relevant at this point in time,
Yeah, I agree.
especially with 58 now.
Do we need to say that it's online? Lynn asks that question.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up too, Peggy.
Sorry. I'll go back
No,
on.
not a problem.
I mean, you don't have to say electronic or not, and the commission can make that decision depending on budget. But if the MSAB does prefer electronic, then I would put it in.
I want to go on record as not preferring electronic. I know.
I know I'd like to hang out with everybody for
Yeah.
a couple of days. So
Michelle, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with the recommendation and would also agree with a preference for an in-person meeting. And I don't know to what extent if it's helpful for the MSAB. Could we make that request?
yeah, I think the MSAB could make a request. I think a hybrid meeting would probably be good. And then the commission can decide if that's possible or not, given the budget. But if the MSAB wants, I put hybrid in there, we can make it in person. And just, if the MSAB is in consensus of having in-person meetings, this would be an opportunity to specify that.
I like hybrid, and I also am really sensitive to the budget situation. So I would, do what I can, not charge mileage, stay with a friend, pay for my own lunch. No problem on that. That's just me, but I do know there's a budget issue for sure.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I haven't been around MSAB long enough to have had an in-person meeting, so it would be lovely to put some faces to names when it's not a super chaotic annual meeting week. But yeah, I think hybrid is going to be a reality no matter what. I think there will have to be a virtual presence available. But yeah, recognizing it sounds like lots of people have voiced a preference for in person if it's available and able to be done.
Then I'm wondering if the MSAB wants to make some sort of statement about just that they prefer, having a meeting in May rather than the fall. I don't know. I think the MSAB's made that statement in the past, but having this type of meeting to set off, the year.
Yeah, I think that's good. And I'm happy to hear Dr. Wilson's comment. We're okay to maybe meet in person. Thanks, Dr. Wilson.
What does that sound? This could be made if we have a fall meeting, that statement could be made also at that meeting. But the reason that I think a statement like that would be useful is when the co-chairs are presenting to the commission at the annual meeting, the commission knows to set up a meeting.
Yeah, that's helpful. I see Carla, your hand's up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, it might have already been said, but just in early October, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council meets, and at the end of the month, the Board of Fisheries has their annual work session. So just some constraints on an October meeting relative to other bodies that are meeting.
So would it, I wonder if it might be more advantageous to change that to fall, or yeah, seeing what you're writing there, Alan, to
Yeah,
fall
no,
2024 prior to interim meeting or something.
Yeah, I think there are definitely dates in October that would work. I just wanted to flag that the Board of Fisheries and the council typically meet in October as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Carla.
How far out do you need to have this meeting? I know we had talk about it because you're usually getting ready for the interim meeting, so there's a kind of a small window for a fall meeting, if I remember right, Alan.
Yeah, so we to have a full MSAB meeting like this, we would have to announce it 90 days in advance. That's the process. So I don't know, 90. I think we still have time to do that. And the commission can make that decision hopefully at their intersessional.
I'll be sure to remind them. And yeah, I was going to say, Alan, looks like we lost you again, but you're getting back in.
That was 42 minutes that time. So.
Wow. Gave you more time.
Okay. If we feel like we're at a point where the Secretariat can clean this up, we still have the opportunity to then, go paragraph by paragraph and wordsmith this. During the adoption session, occasionally paragraphs may be added, especially for clarification, or if somebody's like, what, we really need to make this recommendation. The adoption process is really the opportunity to make sure everybody's comfortable with what is being said in the report. And we have the opportunity to wordsmith a few things. But, it's at that point in time, the report is written in draft form, and I think in the past we've had some discussions during the adoption, but they aren't as in depth as the discussions we've just been having.
Okay, so with that comment from Alan, is there anywhere else folks would like to take a look at before we break for a quick luncheon to allow the Secretariat to clean up this draft report? Okay, not seeing any hands or hearing from anyone. I think, yeah, now would be a good time to take a lunch. Do we want to keep it at an hour? I know, Alan, you had mentioned that you guys would need at least half an hour. Do we want to explore maybe 40, 45 minutes?
Yeah, I think if we came back at 1:30, that would still give us an hour and a half for adoption. I think we'd be able to still do it before 3 if we came back at 1:30. What I'll do is I'll immediately go into cleaning this up, and then I don't know. And I'll try to email it out to MSAB members over lunch. So because there is a lot of new stuff in here, just so you can see it as well. It's helpful sometimes.
Yeah, that would be great if you're able to, but I think certainly prioritize getting this cleaned up so we can look at it. Okay, so folks, it is about 1:45 Pacific time. Let's aim to be back here at 1:30 Pacific time. So have a 45-minute lunch. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, it is 1:30 Pacific time. So just putting the announcement out there, we are going to get ready to start moving through a report for adoption. Let's give it a minute or two for folks to get back to their desks.
We get through this in 42 minutes. Maybe that'll be before my screen resets.
Oh, that sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
All right. So I think, Alan, we are probably good to go to start going through this. And thank you for sending this out to MSAB members just a few minutes ago. So members, you should have a copy of this in your inboxes from Alan. If not, feel free to let him or maybe Peter I know, and we can send it to you. Let's get the party started.
All right, thank you, everybody. And thank you for a very productive meeting. I had a small number of goals, and I think all those goals, my goals, were met, and maybe even a few more. So I'm really happy about this meeting and really appreciate everyone's input and attendance. So what we'll do here is just walk through the different paragraphs, view the whole report, make sure everybody's comfortable with it. And I'll note a few places that after the report is adopted, the Secretariat will then do a final go through, populate things like acronyms, make sure that's all appropriate. And we'll populate those types of things, but we will not change the content at all. If there's some grammar errors, we might try to fix grammar errors and things like that. But we do not change the content once the report is adopted. We have the different levels, recommended, agreed, noted type things, and we've been working with those. We'll put the recommendations and requests into the report after it is adopted. Make sure that the table of contents updated, and here we go with the paragraph. So I think the best way to this is just walk sequentially through the paragraphs and stop when there's a comment or an edit that you would request be made. So I'll walk through. Paragraph 1 is, we'll make sure this is updated. I'm going to actually, let me just check. Tracking this on. And we'll just make sure that all these numbers are accurate in paragraph 1. Paragraph 2. I believe there are 2 apologies received from the 6 absent board members, and Ms. Lynn Mattis was sitting in for Ms. Heather Hall from the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Paragraph 3, recalling what the primary role of the MSAB is, and this is quoting directly from the 2024 IPHC Rules of Procedure. And we'll link that as a hyperlink. Paragraph 4, management strategy evaluation process is stakeholder informed, scientifically driven. And 5, that Gwyn Mason was nominated and elected as Canadian co-chair. That's the admin stuff. Adoption of the agenda, and we'll provide the agenda in an appendix. And now we're off to paragraph 7, membership. That membership list was provided, and as of 28 April, so there were new nominations, and those new nominations are then in the next paragraphs. Paragraph 8, recalling the role of observers. I see there's a comment from Linda. Oh, yes. No worries, Linda. I think you were one of the apologies. One of the 2. And Okay, paragraph 8, role of observers. Paragraph 9 is the appointment of Gwyn. Paragraph 10 is just noting the process of EOIs, and that the commission does appoint on a periodic basis. Paragraph 11, and please let me know if there's any spelling mistakes of names or things like that. Linda Bankin and Michelle Conrad appointed to USA Commercial Harvest Interest. Michael Fowler appointed to Recreational. Paragraph 12. Noting the number of terms expiring in 2024, the commission will consider reappointing those members without expression of interest. Paragraph 13, reminding members wishing to step down shall notify the Secretariat and MSAB co-chairpersons in writing, which can be email or fax. 14, expressions of interest can be made to the commission even if a seat is not available for their interest, be in recreational, commercial, whatever. And then the maximum, this is noting the maximum number of representatives for each interest category, as well as maximum representatives for each contracting party as specified in the rules of procedure. Okay. 16, update of actions. And this is just the opportunity to look at that, and the MSAB agreeing to consider and revise as necessary actions from MSAB 18 and putting those into MSAB 19 if necessary, which was considered during this process. 18 is noting the 100th session, and that the 19 is the commission will have an intersessional meeting to provide guidance, further guidance to the MSC process. Okay, that's all the admin stuff. And if anybody sees a hand up, just let me know to stop, please. Now we're into agenda item 4, which was updates of the management strategy evaluation process, noting the paper in 20. In 2020, paragraph 21, noting this recommendation from the SRB related to the harvest strategy policy, separating coastwide TC blind distribution. 22 is noting that the MSAB and MSE process provides a structure for stakeholder involvement. And then 23 is just recalling from the 99th annual meeting the priority objectives of the commission. And that is quoted from paragraph 76 of the 99th annual meeting report. '24 is another recall of paragraph 25, where the SRB is recommending the commission reevaluate what they call the target objective. That's the B36, and noting that there's some ad hoc adjustments recently to that reference level. Okay, 25, we're getting into the meat of things now. The operating model from 2023 incorporated new data, and outputs were similar to past. I saw Linda asked about female spawning biomass. That I don't know that it's necessary to always say female. It's understood, and I imagine that's up here. It's always crept into our the statement female spawning stock biomass is in the objectives of the MSAB, and I don't think that's the favorite of mine or Ian's, that statement, but yeah, that could definitely be shortened. But we want to continue on with what was adopted. Okay, 25 and then 26 incorporates many sources of uncertainty. 27 noted that a retrospective analysis could only be analyzed from 2017 onward, recognizing that that analysis was done to satisfy an MSAB list. Okay, that's 27. Now on to 28. The MSE framework and what its use is, understanding different impacts of factors, as well as evaluating management procedures. This is setting up the analysis of fishing versus environment. 29, appreciated analysis of the Secretariat, investigating impacts of the PDO. And 30, evaluating the different PDO regimes, a couple of results that were noted. The last meeting and this meeting. '31. And the impacts of the PDO regimes, unfished was defined as zero fishing mortality across all fleets, and it would be interesting to examine the impacts when only non-directed discard mortality was present, finding the impacts of the environment versus impacts of the directed fishery. And 32 has our first request, or the MSAB's first request, and that's to develop outreach materials related to this analysis, and being a short document to be reviewed by MSAB members before the 100th session of the IPHC interim meeting. So the Secretariat will develop that document and then email it out to MSAB members for review. Okay, I think we're over halfway through. A lot of those were the easy paragraphs. Program of work. 33, noting the paper. 34, noting that it's important to satisfy requirements of different certification agencies. That's the evaluation of a harvest strategy. And we've put in a link to the standard 3. It's actually not easy to find the actual document, but you can have a look at it. 35, multi-year assessment. And empirical rule may include the following sources of data. This is noting. I think we say, oh yeah, no, but the MSAB asked what to develop the empirical rule with later. But these are the different sources of data. That's 35 and 36. Changes in the FIST design may result in more uncertain, possibly biased estimates of coastwide WPV, reducing efficacy of an empirical rule. And then supplementing may be useful. So you rule after empirical 36. So supplementing empirical rule, yes, if you can. In 37, MSAB noted that a TCY held constant in non-assessment years provides multi-year stability. This may be desirable for some sectors in certain years. 38, smoothing the data in an empirical rule, example averaging multiple years, may further reduce interannual variability in non-assessment years. And then 39, evaluation of annual, biennial, and triennial assessments include, but is not limited to the following concepts: empirical rules, constraints, and SPR range of values. So this is a direction to the Secretariat of how to build the management procedures to evaluate. Then 40 is further guidance from the MSAB on how to develop an empirical rule and using those 3 different sources of data. I'm just recalling the previous paragraph. Okay, so that's those management procedures. The next paragraphs starting at 41 are related to distribution. That it Commission will determine the DCY distribution, but including distribution in MSC simulations will better inform the process. A request in 42, Commission provide guidance on whether and how to incorporate distribution in the MSC simulations. 3 possible suggested options are: is possible suggested a phrase the MSAB is comfortable using?
I guess I'm
Probably
go ahead, Michelle.
I was just going to suggest just saying 3 possible options.
Alan, are you more comfortable with potential instead of possible?
I'm fine with that. If the MSAB is fine with that, 3 potential options.
That works for me. Thanks, Peggy.
Okay. I think that helps. And then 43, using estimates of fifth stock distribution, recent adopted percentages may represent a broad range of distribution procedures to capture that uncertainty. And when this is presented to the commission, I think, you know, if they do have questions, that note will certainly help guide their decisions. Okay, excellent. That was management procedures. Now on to objectives and associated performance metrics. The various performance metrics to evaluate interannual variability, and the MSAB's now added maximum change to that set. 45, noting the performance metric indicating the duration of stability, and shall we now have consecutive years and below a threshold, which was suggested during the drafting session. 46 is that calculating performance metrics over a 15-year period may allow for more accurate comparison. And those lead to paragraph 47. So noting paragraphs 44 and 45, that those are reported over 10 and 15-year periods. And so that, by design, brings in this maximum change performance metric. Okay, that's with the performance metrics for interannual variability. Moving on to paragraph 48. This is setting up the concept of the perception, noting that the estimated stock status is above 36, but WPUE, commercial WPUE, and estimated absolute spawning biomass are at their lowest values observed in many decades. 49. that a healthy stock can be defined with relative spawning biomass, absolute spawning biomass, robust age structure, and rotund weighted age. That's a good paragraph. I am wondering if my soothing voice is lulling people to a nice afternoon nap. But,
Oh no, we're listening.
Okay, good.
Maybe.
We're listening. Do we need paragraph 49? Not that I don't like the word. I like the road, like the thing, but do we actually need it?
I think, well, I mean, that's up to the MSAB, but it is a statement on many different factors can contribute to all these things.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts anything to have it.
Alan, could you scroll up so we could see 47 again for just a second, please?
Yep.
On 48, I think we're all familiar with what 36 means, but without saying, without mentioning that it's a biological target, could be interpreted just sort of random, like a number. But I don't know how critical that is, but just. Is above the 36%.
It's not really a target. It's been defined as a threshold.
The threshold, yeah.
You don't have to hit it right on, but you just want to be above it.
36% biological threshold objective or something like that.
How about we refer? How about refer to the paragraph above that shows the objectives of the commission, and then it's linked directly that this is an objective.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to spell out relative spawning biomass of?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. The estimated stock status is above a relative spawning biomass of 36.
Yeah, I think so.
That looks good.
How's that, Forrest?
I like it because it gives some contrast to why we're mentioning that we're at lows otherwise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think we were discussing 49 and now on to 50. Noted that MSE simulation results when fishing at SPR 43%. Well, I'll format this into a better way. Sorry, I didn't catch that. There's 1 in 5 chance in the long term, 1 in 3 chance in the short term that the spawning biomass will be less than that observed in 2023.
Should we say why we have SPR at 43%, that's the current adopted SPR or something of that nature?
Yeah, that's a good point. How about in fishing at the current reference, FSPR equals 43%? Does that make sense to you? Cover this blue because it's not a link, it's just something that needs to be edited. I'll make it have little subscripts and look pretty. Okay, good with 50. Okay, then 51, noting paragraph 48 above.
Hey, Alan, on 50, I'm just curious. It says that 1 in 3. I thought if we fished at F43, it was like 76%. Isn't that a 3 out of 4, not a 1 in 3?
That's from the stock assessment results looking over the next 1 to 3 years. And this is
okay.
from the MSC simulations itself. This was the question that Pete was saying, why is it so different? And it's just MSC simulations are simulating out a little bit farther and making a lot more assumptions about what happens in the next 4 to 13 years. Okay, 51, recommendation, developing, the MSAB recommended developing an objective and identifying a management procedure that addresses the current circumstances and difference in perception of the stock status. Would that be differences? So, and this would be a recommendation that would be elevated to the commission. And it could, it's probably a task that the MSAB will continue working on in the future. Okay. That would be the objectives. Now, on to 52, additional considerations. These are the exceptional circumstances, and thanks for all the input in modifying this section. Coast-wide, all sizes, stock distribution, and then other observations and parameters. 53, noting that the FIS is conducted to measure the population and that it may not be an accurate depiction of the fishery, and that the fishery-dependent data may provide insights into fishery concerns that the FIS may not capture. And then following from 53 is 54, requesting that SRB and Secretariat work together to consider different ways to incorporate fishery-dependent data into an exceptional circumstance. And then 55 is the following actions if an exceptional circumstance occurs. Consulting with the SRB and MSAB got moved up first, which I think is great. The stock assessment would be done as soon as possible, and then further consultation with the SRB and MSAB. Just double checking. Yep, those are both recommendations on the exceptional circumstance and the actions of the exceptional circumstance. Okay, let's go to other business. And the MSAB requested that the Secretary assist with hosting an ad hoc working group in accordance. Yeah, I see something Dave added, which is great. Thanks, Dave. In accordance with the terms of reference and rules of procedure, which there is a mention about this possibility, to discuss potential management procedures, including adjusting fishing intensity at low spawning biomass, low FIS WQE, low commercial fishery catch rates, or low productivity. So the Secretariat will work on that. And then the MSAB recommended a 1 to 2 day hybrid MSAB meeting in the fall of 2024, prior to the 100th session of the IPHC interim meeting, to discuss results from the subcommittee, linking back to the paragraph, which is now 56, and review any simulation designs and results.
Maybe just modify that to be the results from the ad hoc working group instead of subcommittee.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for catching that, Michelle. I think that's what it's called. procedure, the terms of reference. And then 58, the MSAB agreed that an annual MSAB meeting in May allows for the board to adequately provide guidance to the MSE process.
Alan, there's just a slight typo in the addition that you made to paragraph 57.
Oh,
ad hoc.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, that's the last paragraph in the report, but before we go to adoption, I just want to run through the names real quick and make sure we got everybody's name spelled correctly and listed.
I think Adam needs to be removed from the Canadian side or replaced with myself.
Yeah.
He was here in spirit, but
yeah.
We'll have another table for it in spirit. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure about your email, Linda, so thanks. Which, okay.
I just put the correct one in the, yeah, you got it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that former one was in the annual meeting report, so I wasn't sure.
That is a email that doesn't work anymore, so hopefully we can drop it from wherever it shows up.
Okay, sounds good. And so these are the MSAB members, noting absentees on the bottom there.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, did we, just looking back through the whole thing, we had a little bit of a discussion about how the MSAB didn't necessarily prioritize yield over stability or other fishery objectives. And did we say that that was a discussion for the subcommittee and left it at that, or did we want to mention anything about that? Or am I maybe misconstruing the discussion? Or anybody's interest in it?
Yeah, I'm not sure where that one ended up. I know it was discussed.
Wasn't it initially as a recommendation? And what did we end up doing with it? Let's just scroll down to that area of the document, or up, I guess, to that area of the document.
Yeah, it did not make it into the document in anywhere that I'm aware of. The only place, well, it shows up here, up at the top, recalling the objectives. Already forgot. The objectives was pretty early on, recalling 99th. Okay, so sorry, all the scrolling. Here it is. So in paragraph 3, it's just, noting in priority order the objectives. And I do not think there was, if I remember that, I don't think there's any paragraphs relating to those objectives in the priority order.
I thought I had maybe mistakenly recalled that maybe it was all a conversation in my head, but that we were talking about that stakeholders don't necessarily have the same priority order as the commission, established recently, but that yield may not necessarily be a priority over stability. Yeah, sorry.
Do you remember that discussion? I'm not sure that the MSAB came to a point of consensus on whether or not that occurred.
Okay.
I think the commission used their executive authority to override us and and reprioritize things for us.
I think that we talked about it yesterday, but then we talked about it again today in the context of I had asked the question of the 15% and 20%. And I think, Alan, you responded that we didn't actually have any that were below 15%. And so I think that then went into the conversation with Chris about that's the ad hoc working group would kind of take that on of developing what a management procedure could look like around priorities.
And I'm okay. I missed like here and there like 15 minutes. I kept having internet problems. So I just in general, that was a very interesting concept that what the commission had laid out is not necessarily what the stakeholders' priorities are, or anyway. So I didn't want that to be lost, not necessarily, or not revisited.
I don't know if there but I think Alan's point, I don't think there was a consensus on that. My point was that I don't think they're prioritized. I think the commission has said that, but because there's no tolerance, there's no hierarchy to rank against and say one's failed and one hasn't.
Okay.
It certainly doesn't preclude the MSAB from evaluating those objectives and the trade-offs. Oh, there it is. Oh, that was 49 minutes. Oh. Forrest, what's your thought on that? Are you okay with no mention of that in this report?
No, that's fine. I think this group has heard that I have interest in looking at that, and that's good enough for me.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, so I think we'll double check all these names and everything. And yeah, I think these got changed from what I'll make sure these are all correct. They are not currently in the right orders, in the right countries. So I'll double check those. We have the Secretariat that was in attendance, and thank you to all of the Secretariat, especially Tara, who was the main person behind the scenes here. And then we have a bunch of appendices which we'll fill in after the report's adopted. So with that, 59. Is there any objection to adopting this report of MSAB019?
None from me. Got thumbs
You
up.
don't need a
None
motion.
from me.
You don't need a motion to adopt. It can just be no objection.
Yeah.
See, I move we to accept it.
Okay.
Second.
Blame it on me.
All right. We will consider the report adopted. Save it. Stop sharing. And I'll turn it over to the co-chairs after I give my sincere thanks to all MSAB members for their input into this process and providing guidance to the Secretariat in the MSE and Harbor Strategy Development.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I just I'll reiterate first the thanks to Tara for helping out with all the IT stuff behind the scenes. That work has to be done to make a meeting like this work. Alan, thank you so much for all the work that you've done. It's always really impressive to see what you work on. And Ian, thank you for your comments and context and just wisdom as we discuss this. And thanks to all the MSAB members who participated and the observers who are online. This is a great meeting, and yeah, getting that report together is a big accomplishment. I'll go ahead and then thanks Gwyn for being willing to be the co-chair with me and working with me, and I look forward to many meetings to come with you.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, I'll reiterate everything that Pete and Alan said. Thanks so much to MSAB members and observers who have joined, to all Secretariat staff who are working diligently behind the scenes to allow this meeting to go off without a hitch. Massive thanks to Alan and to Ian for supporting as well, and thanks to Alan and Pete for helping prepare me for this meeting. Yeah, I'm happy to have the first one under my belt and look forward to working with this group in the future. So thanks so much, everyone.
Before we hang up, I raised my hand, but you probably weren't looking for it anymore. I just was there talk that I missed about when that the subcommittee might be meeting, and just before you answer that question, anybody, it gets pretty darn busy for everybody between mid-May and mid-September. So at least those that are actually on the water fishing, I don't know if we can have something sooner than later before that happens, even though we're already at beginning of May, or postpone till, just before the potential fall meeting. But if I missed that, I apologize.
We didn't discuss when the timing of that meeting would be, did we, Alan? I don't think.
No, I think that's something the Secretariat will just, work on scheduling a time when most MSAB members can make it, those that are interested. So we'll send out a blanket email to the MSAB members and try to find a best time that works for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your work, everybody.
Thanks, Forrest.
All right, so I think with that, we are good to skedaddle.
I think so.
All right, well, thanks so much, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye, folks.
Thanks, everyone.